Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Antes del nombre América, antes del hierro y la cruz, había pueblos que hablaban con la tierra y con la luz. No era un mundo vacío, era ciencia y corazón. La historia empezó aquí mismo, aunque el invasor no pida perdón. Sembramos tiempo en el cielo cuando el mundo no sabía contar. El cero nació en la selva, el maíz nos enseñó a pensar. Calendario sin medicina, ciudades frente al sol. No era mito ni leyenda, era pueblo, era voz. No fue descubrimiento, fue invasión. No fue silencio, fue opresión. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasados, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, seguimos aquí. Desde el barro del origen hasta el jaguar ancestral, desde la selva profunda hasta el águila solar, ciudades que eran mundos cuando Europa se partió, capitales que flotaban mientras el viejo mundo ardió. En la montaña aprendimos a vivir sin dominar, sin rueda y sin bestias, pero sabiendo gobernar. Caminos y comunidad, trabajo como misión. El poder no era conquista, era responsabilidad. No fue progreso, fue despojo. No fue fe, fue antojo. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasados, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, seguimos aquí. ejército para robarnos la voz. Civilización a balazos y la fe pa'l control, pero la tierra recuerda, la raíz no se rinde. Aunque cambien las banderas, la herida no se extingue. De norte a sur somos la misma raíz, la misma herida que se niega a morir. De norte a sur nadie sobra aquí, Latinoamérica sigue y no va a pedir permiso para existir.
Raíz ancestral. Oh, 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 oh. Desde el tiempo del fuego y la obsidiana, cuando el sol era Dios y la luna hermana, nació esta tierra de maíz y de palabra. México viejo, México que nunca se acaba. Somos hijos del agua y del cerro, del jaguar que camina en silencio, del copal subiendo al cielo abierto y del tambor marcando el tiempo. Aquí el abuelo habla con el viento, la abuela rezan en lengua antigua. No es pasado lo que llevamos dentro, es raíz viva, es sangre que camina. México no es frontera ni papel, es memoria escrita en la piel. Es un canto que no se cayó, es un pueblo que nunca se vendió. Con reggae lo digo sin temor, desde el alma y el corazón. México es tierra sagrada y su gente es la bendición. Desde el águila firme en el nopal hasta el colibrí que vuelve a volar. Vivimos entre dioses antiguos que aún nos cuidan al caminar. Huitzilopochtli en la lucha diaria, Quetzalcóatl en la palabra honesta, Tonantzin en manos solidarias. Cuando el pueblo se manifiesta, aquí la fiesta es resistencia. El ritual también es amor. Bailamos para espantar la pena y cantamos para sanar el dolor. México es pan compartido, es tortilla, es frijol y sal. Es el pásele, no estás solo cuando todo parece mal. Es el abrazo sin pregunta, es la risa en la tempestad, es la gente cuidando gente. Eso no lo van a borrar, aunque la historia fue herida y la conquista dejó cicatriz. No pudieron matar el espíritu ni arrancar la raíz. Seguimos hablando con la tierra, sembrando sueños al andar, porque quien honra a sus ancestros sabe siempre a dónde va. Y me conoce, es solo pasado, es presente queriendo florecer. Es un pueblo que sigue cantando, aunque le enseñaron a temer. Con reggae levanto la voz pa' que se escuche en el mar. México vive en su gente y su gente lo sabe amar. Que no te digan que está roto, que no te vendan desamor. México es fuerte porque el pueblo siempre camina en unión. Desde el sur hasta el desierto, desde el barrio hasta el altar. Somos muchos, somos uno cuando toca resistir y amar. México lindo, tierra madre, corazón de sol y sal. Yo te canto desde el respeto, desde el fuego ancestral. Raíz que no se doblega, voz que no se apagó. México
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay, testing. I think the mic is working. All right. Give me a second, fam. Hold on. Let me fix this here real quick. Okay. All right, cool, man. Sounds good. Everybody here. Well, almost everybody. What up, Chosen? How you doing, bro? Good to have you. Lintero! No, wait, Lintonero! I think you mean flying by dropping bombs. Maybe. I don't know. What up? Give me Mexica. What's up? Hey, Jeremías, buenos días. What's up, bro? Emmanuel Cervantes Hernandez looks like you're new. What do you think of India? I don't know. Be more specific. Before we get, before we get going, this right here is one thing that, you know, I kind of always come back to because it has to be done. And again, we don't go by pictures here. There's no concept like that. You got to fucking read and study and prove that you are those people that you say you are. And the more we look, the more we realize that it's total fucking running rampant, pretendian cultural appropriation. And, you know, and then again, it's all thanks to you, cool. Well, not necessarily you, culomiados, but, you know, now they're like turning on his stupid ass. It's just a matter of time, dog. It's just a matter of time. You know how it is. So I'm going to show you a video about this culomiados. I got, by the way, I got more material. I don't have new books. I just have books that I haven't brought out that I'm going to show you today. But I'm going to run a video that touches on a lot of topics that confounds, debunks, and puts these people back in their place. And again, if they just want to ignore these type of this type of information, where these sources come from, then, you know, you can't help people like that. It's confabulation, and it's also cultural appropriation, pretendian bullshit, and it's running rampant. And quite frankly, all you got to do is just stand up and say, this is my heritage. Prove me wrong. And they can't. That's why they never show up here. You know, it's pretty embarrassing, to be honest with you, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's funny, man. But okay, so I'm going to play, unfortunately, about maybe 5 minutes of this shit. And right around the fifth minute, I'm going to stop it, okay? You guys let him talk. Let Kanan do his, you know, little conversation shit. You know, I don't get mad at Kanan. You know, Kanan is who he is. Do you understand, family? It's like you need to know, like, Edom is who Edom is, right? Canaan is Canaan. So you just gotta look
look above that level playing. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, no te bajes a ese nivel is what I'm talking about. Because when you look at it right for what it is, bro, it's fucking ignorance or stupidity or psyops maybe. All right, we're gonna listen to 5 minutes and then we're gonna switch gears and then we're gonna start debunking and tackling a bunch of shit. All right, go a couple hours and then we're done. By the way, I'm actually running it early today, fam, because I do like watching Sonny's channel, Streets Ain't Loyal, and lately I've been going on Marvelous, man, and you know they got a good vibe going on over there, bro. It's like a lot of unity. You know what I'm saying? So I want to see if I can catch their lives later on. So I'm gonna try to get off probably like 7 o'clock. It's 4:30, 5, 6. Wait, yeah, before 7. All right, so let's go.
Trust and Phenomena share this message. I'm going to be speaking on Mr. Karimio Ahau. This individual has a channel under that name, Karimio Ahau, on YouTube. Mr. Karimio Ahau, if I'm pronouncing his name wrong or whatever, it's whatever. That's the mindset I'm in talking about this guy. Karimio Ahau has a page on YouTube where he speaks about so-called Black American history, meaning our indigenous history, right? And he's been doing so for a very long time, a good while. He goes in depth about the history. He goes into passages and reads books, gives his commentary. And as I said, he's been doing this for a while. And I came across him about maybe a year and a half ago. I had no idea of him and, his channel, because I was talking about who we are as indigenous people going back to 2017. I was dealing with the Mesoamerican part of our heritage and history here. So when I came across his channel, it looked interesting to me. And I, watched quite a few of his videos. They were a little long-winded because I'm not sitting around here listening to nothing for 2 hours straight. I really, rarely something keeps my interest to listen to something for 2 hours straight. But, I hung on and listened to him. And I said, okay, he does some good research. I was surprised, but then not really surprised to find out that he wasn't a so-called black man. I can kind of tell by his voice that he wasn't. And then I saw his picture. I said, okay, he's a Latino. Okay, he's Latino. He's not, from the culture for real. But he is giving, props to and bringing awareness to who we are as indigenous Americans. I was like, okay, that's a step in the right direction. I like that. So, like I said, I watched his channel here and there because, again, I'm not really with all the long-winded talking and whatnot. We indigenous and that's it. That's good. One of the sisters in our community decided to, because she started doing her own research and looking into our indigenous heritage as so-called Black Americans, looking into our indigenous heritage. So she set up a channel, Sister Enra Vinzetta Mentangelin. Her channel is the American Indigenous channel on YouTube, American Indigenous channel. She has a few subscribers. She has a very small channel and whatnot because she's busy. She don't have time to really grow it like she wants to. She's busy doing other things. So, but she does some good content. And, early on, she would tag Karimio Ahau and some of her work, or she would make mention of him only to, steer people toward his channel. And where she basically was saying that he may give a greater in-depth and detailed explanation to look to his videos. And upon him finding out about that, he tried to lightweight, I'm not even going to say lightweight. He basically tried to crap on the sister. He tried to talk down on her, condescend to her as if, she's not qualified to speak about her history. Keep in mind, this is her history. Her history, my history that Karimio is speaking on. He's going to tell her she's not qualified or she's not on his level. More of a condescending tone toward the sister who was trying to basically give props to him and his work. She wasn't trying to take nothing from him. She wasn't trying to take anything that he brought. She just basically repeated information that anybody could have went and found out, could have went and searched down books like he did. And again, he tried to berate the sister, right? That's strike one. Strike two, one of the brothers from our community approached him about our upcoming First American Street and Music Festival, which is taking place in Atlanta at Rodney Cook Senior Park. Right. This is the second time we doing it. The first time was pretty successful. We did OK. But this time it's going to be even bigger. So we figured, why not reach out to him and all of these other YouTube platforms who speak about our American indigenous heritage, so-called Black people's American indigenous heritage. Why not reach out and let them know, yeah, we're doing a festival to celebrate our first American indigenous heritage, who being the first Americans of America, the only real Americans. We're going to celebrate that because we've never done anything like this for our people. And the brother goes to Karimio and he basically tries to There's no other way to say it, but he tries to shit on the festival and what we doing as far as bringing, celebrate, bringing acknowledgement to our people as first Americans.
All right. So you guys heard it. Okay. I kind of find it interesting. He's like, I'm not long-winded. I can't concentrate more than 2 hours. It sounds like you don't read. And you hear it goes right here where he says, yeah, I thought it was a good step until I started looking up and seeing who he is. And he's like, oh, no, he's not one of our people. So you see the glorifying involved? You see the glorifying. So let me remind you, you cultural fucking appropriationist that is running rampant, you pretendians, you are welcomed. Shit, invite me to your fucking channel. Because you want to know something, fam? I looked at this dude, right? And he had like 700 and change, maybe like less than 3 days ago, bro. And look how many more he started getting. Like, these people really believe the bullshit. But you know what? That's what he caused, fam. Like, this is what Colombianos caused. And now they're like, oh, so you mean you're not on our side? So people are gullible, specifically you West African Canaanites. Because that's, as a matter of fact, he called you guys that. He called you guys West Canaanites. So I'm going to show you guys some videos so we can start debunking this bullshit. And I also have some new material to show you after we're done with the video, because I want to break this down first, give you guys an actual thorough understanding where this nonsense came from. And let's see if the source that they're using, because they mention it in other books, is really saying what they claim that he said. Okay? So let's begin. This is from this book called The Jew, a Negro. Okay? Page 51. See, this is where, I don't know, like the last class confabulation. So some people wrote this right here, okay? Made a lot of people believe. So let's read it. Let's read it. We're going to read it together. It says, did the Negroes know of America? Okay? You see this right here? Did the Negroes know of America? Diodorus Siculus tells us that the Phoenicians in early times sailed beyond Hercules' pillars along the African coast, and their meeting with storms and tempests were carried to the remotest part of the ocean. And after many days came a vast island at a great distance from Libya and lying very far west. The Phoenicians informed the Carthaginians of this place. The Carthaginians prohibited other nations from settling in, they reserving it for themselves as if a place of retirement if they should ever be driven from their native soil. So, you take that information, you have enough people pushing propaganda, yeah, it's believable. But people forget the source. Give me a second. My throat's coming back, man. That's good. So anyhow, we just read what these FBA wobbles love to push. Okay? We just read this. This is part of their arsenal. So now I need you to read this with me. Oh, my bad. So this is who they reference. Bro, stop. This is nuts. Look at this. This is weird. See that, fam? It's going crazy. All right, so they reference Diodorus Siculus. Okay? On this link, you can actually see everything that he basically wrote. They digitized this. All right? Open Greek text in the new tab, blah, blah, blah. All right, so you guys can see it. And each section is filed by 3 digits, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to skip all that and go down to 5.19. Okay, we're close. So now that we are, okay, see, there you go, right there. Carthaginians, dice. Carthaginians. Okay? Phoenicians. Okay? Now we're going to get closer to the statement. And here's where it gets very interesting. You see, they mention, they reference all this, right? When it fits a fucking narrative, of course, they're going to exclude everything that debunks their shit. So let's read this. 5.19.1. But now that we have discussed what relates to the islands which lie within the Pillars of Hercules, that's over there in Gibraltar, like, between Spain and Africa, we shall give an account of those which are in the ocean. For there lies out in the deep of Libya an island of considerable size, and situated as it is in the ocean, it is distant from Libya, a voyage of number of days to the west. It says here, its land is fruitful, much of it being mountainous, and not a little being a level plain of surpassing beauty. Through it flows navigable rivers, which are used for irrigation, and the islands contain many parks planted with trees of every variety, and gardens in great multitudes, which are traversed by streams of sweet water. Then it says, on it also are private villas of costly construction. Hold on a second. So there's buildings in this land that these people are referencing, claiming that they found. Do you understand what we're at now? Esta gente, excluding you guys, that this is them. That's why when people showed up after 1492, that this was them. But we see here, what they fucking leave out is the fact that there was already people here. It sounds to me very similar to like a Tenochtitlan type of place. Beautiful gardens, navigable rivers, streams of sweet water, private villas of costly construction, and throughout the garden, banqueting houses have been constructed on settings of flowers. Come on, bro. Keep in mind, don't lose the point that they're claiming, because of referencing this, that they were the first ones here when people showed up in 1492. However, they ignore the fact that there were people here already enjoying these places. And throughout the gardens, banqueting houses have been constructed in settlings of flowers. That sounds like floating garden. And in them, the inhabitants pass their time during the summer seasons, since the land supplies in abundance everything which contributes to enjoyment and luxury. You see this here? So now if we skip to this section, now we're going to kind of get a little bit more clarity on their statement. Okay? Because they also say the Phoenicians informed the Carthaginians. Carthaginians prohibited blah, 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 right? Yes, it's true. But keep in mind what 5.19 was saying. It says the Phoenicians, this is 5.20.3. The Phoenicians, then while exploring the coast outside of the pillars for the reasons we have stated, and while sailing along the shores of Libya, North Africa, they were driven by windstorms a great distance out into the ocean after passing Spain and Africa, like the pillars of Gibraltar. And after being storm-tossed for many days, they were carried ashore on the island we mentioned above. And when they had observed its facility and nature, they caused it to be known to all men. Consequently, the Tyrrhenians, and at the time were the masters of the sea, purpose to dispatch a colony to it, but the Carthaginians prevented their doing so, partly out of a concern lest many inhabitants of Carthage should remove there because of the excellence of the land, and partly in order to have ready in it a place in which to seek refuge against an incalculable turn of fortune. 1492 ring a bell? In case some total disaster should overtake Carthage. Remember, Cartagena is named in part of Colombia. For it was their thought that since they were masters of the sea, they would thus be able to move, household and all, to an island which was unknown to their conquerors. You see that? So this sounds to me, by the way, if you've ever been involved in the 12-tribe chart classes, they tell people that the so-called Northern Kingdom jumped on fucking ships from Africa all the way over here, bro. So it's no different than this story. You see this? They would thus be able to move, household and all, to an island which was unknown to their conquerors. So these people were being conquered. But remember, keep in mind that this island wasn't lonely, right? Why? Because there was already construction, people living here. So this here leaves out a lot of information. Doesn't prove a damn thing, does it? Because by using this statement, you're saying that these people shouldn't be here because nobody was here based on that statement. Again, I really want to emphasize this because if you think about, let me see where it's at. Where are you at? Okay. I've shared this to you before. All right. I'm taking some steps back, kind of bringing you along into that history so then we can kind of see certain things here. So now this book is called The History of the Conquest of Spain by the Arab Moors. Arab is one thing. Moors is also another. So these Arab Moors, as you know by now, you should, did conquer parts of Europe. There's a reason why I'm doing this. I want to show you this to you, okay? I'll show this to you.
These people that get brainwashed with these Afrocentric ideals. All right, we got to start calling these people out. Okay, so my peeps, for those of you who know me, you guys know that I always bring the facts. All right, mariachi. First off, mariachi's rhythm come from something called, and I know I'm going to butcher this. All right, it's called the cisqualtera, or it's known as the himiola. Okay, that's just a fancy way of saying you alternate between 3/4 time and 6/8 time when you hear it in its strumming, right? It's all musical fucking philosophy and shit right there. But the point is that the rhythm came directly from Spain. It did not come from Africa. For some reason, African Americans here in the United States, some of them, they believe that everything comes from them.
Okay, so why am I showing you that? It's like, what the fuck is that about? Okay, so apparently this dumbass, I don't know what is this dude thinking anyways. Mariachi, oh my God. And I get it, man. I get it. Pinche gente pendeja, güey. So now I will speak on this because I am from Guadalajara technically. Came as a young kid, citizen, all that stuff, you know? So I have the experience of being from over there. And you guys are going to be surprised by the fact that the word Guadalajara, first of all, has what they call Arabic influence. Okay? It really, really does. I don't give a shit. As we know, I've showed you guys books of who's been here, the Jews and the Muslims of British Columbia. Hello, shit.
Are you?
Spaniards weren't just white-looking people, fam. They were Arab-looking people, African-looking people, South African-looking people. You know, get what I'm saying? So now, you see how it says Guadalajara, I guess, supposedly? All right, so now check this, okay? So the etymology. Now, I'm going some basic stuff because I'm going to show you something else too, just to prove it. All right? So, and again, yo nací en Guadalajara, güey. So for that dude to be saying some shit like that, I would like to smack him in the face myself. Look, he even has the face of a pendejo, homie. Like straight. Hold on a second. Hold on. Fuck.
That puto. Fuck that puto.
He is a goofy looking piece of shit. And he should like choke on his sugar someday, bro. He has no idea what he's talking about. So let's educate people because again, you fall into the stupidity trap. Etymology of the word Guadalajara. The word Guadalajara is from Spain. Okay? And it says here, which is derived from Moorish Arabic. Moorish Arabic was a variety spoken. Now, here you see this Wadi al-Hahara. See, Wadi al-Hahara, Valley of Stones. How interesting that it's Valley of Stones. So now let's touch on this word here. Guadalajara, or listen.
Guadalajara.
Guadalajara. Dispensa, güey.
Guadalajara.
Guadalajara. Ha. You see that? All right. Now, it means what again? Like stone shit, right? Wadi al-Hihara. Fortress. Stone. Okay. Keep that in mind. But now, this is simple stuff, man. If you just fucking Google shit, sometimes Google doesn't lie. But you have idiots. Look at this, bro. Like, oh my God, dude. It's like, you can even tell dude looks like a tweaker, bro. Chivato, like, what are you saying? All right, so check this out. Yes, there is a lot of stone in Guadalajara. Notably, there are giant stone balls found in around the Cerro de Ameca, approximately 65 kilometers west of the city. Additionally, there are gemstone mines in the area, particularly in Magdalena, which is known for opal mining, okay? Therefore, Mexico is rich in gemstones, including fire opal, blah, 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 blah. You guys can look that up. But look, I'm going to click on this link because I was going to show it to you. So the mystery of Piedras Bolas, how did these giant rocks form? Oh,
It's gonna hurt.
If you can just read a little, it wouldn't be such a problem. If you would just read. First of all, the people that listen to his stupid ass, and second of all, him, and third of all, the person that made that shit up. So now, the reason I'm saying to Guadalajara thing is because mariachi is from Guadalajara. And before you guys even go any further with that, okay, so mariachi. I know the brother was giving you guys an explanation on like a musical aspect of it. I didn't get the chance to play instruments, even though I did sing a lot of mariachi when I was a little kid. Mariachi is basically violin, guitar, and the trumpet. Violin, guitar, trumpet. There's no drums. There's absolutely no drums. Damn, what's going on? Oh, it's all good. Shit. There's absolutely no drums. So now, in case you guys don't know that mariachi, the way they sing it, has a an influence as well. This has no history of Africa whatsoever, even when you listen to it. So check this out. You guys think I'm kidding? I'm not, and I'm not trying to pin us with certain people. I'm just giving you guys facts. If it hurts your feelings, well, then it hurts your feelings.
Blouse. 1, 2, 3. Blusa. So similar.
That was cool.
Pants. 1, 2, 3.
Pantalones. How do you say it?
Pantalon.
Pantalon. That's cool. Pantalones.
Shirt. 1, 2, 3.
Camisa.
Oh, you're just saying an A after, so it's like almost the same.
Yeah, camisa. Camis?
Yeah. Sugar. 1, 2, 3.
Azúcar.
You following what I'm talking about? So the Spanish language has a Arabic influence. What do you say? Hold on. Let me get. Oh, what up, brother Joe? Oh, my bad. Hold on. I didn't switch up the button section. What up, brother? My brother-in-law is from Guadalajara. Yeah, cool, bro. He does this. He does this to try and raise our people, and he's a kid. That's why he's goofy, bro. He's an idiot. I bet, man, I don't even want to think about it, but he probably is, like that insect mayate, bro. He's like that. Hey, what up, VTC? What up, dog? So again, let's not forget. Let me kind of go back before we miss the point. The point being is, some people are claiming, the goofy dude that was here earlier, like supposedly mariachis are from African origin. It's like, what are you talking about, man? So me being from there, I know some history about this shit. And, not that I want to show it to everybody, just say it's needed now. So let me explain these things to you. And I'm like, bro, the name Guadalajara has an Arabic origin. Some of the words in Spanish are not like originally from Spain. They were taken pieces from Arab because, again, Arabs conquered most of North Africa, took some North Africans with them, conquered Spain and Portugal. That is a fact. That's not a fucking lie. You understand what I'm saying? So now, let's not forget where our origin comes from, because when you say stuff like that, it's not only do you sound stupid, but you lie to people and make them get sicker. Because for Wabos to be doing this at this point, Wabos are sick in the head, basically. There's no other answer to it.
Blouse. 1, 2, 3. Blusa. So similar.
That was cool.
Pants. 1, 2, 3.
Pantalones. How do you say it?
Pantalon.
Pantalon. That's cool. Pantalones.
Shirt. 1, 2, 3.
Camisa.
Oh, you're just saying an A after, so it's like almost the same.
Yeah, camisa. Camis?
Yeah. Sugar. 1, 2, 3.
Azúcar. Oh, that was cool. Azúcar. I basically speak Arabic.
Guitar. 1, 2, 3.
Guitarra.
It's the same.
Say it?
Guitarra. Cooking oil. 1, 2, 3.
Aceite. Zip?
Yeah. Like this.
Aceite. Zip. Yeah.
Scorpion. 1, 2, 3.
Alacrán.
It's like sort of similar.
Say it?
Alacrán.
Alacrán.
Yeah.
Oh, it has more of an N at the end.
Yeah. Until. 1, 2, 3. Hatta.
Hasta.
You just have an N in there.
Yes. Hasta.
Hatta.
That's awesome.
Music. 1, 2, 3. Musica.
Música.
Hey.
That's the same thing. That one's like the one.
Yeah,
that
that's the one that's like the same.
Equal.
Reason I wanted to share that with you is because when you sing mariachi, right, with their vocals, it's very similar to, like, let's put it this way, like Gypsy King type style. And they're like guitar and voice. Mariachi's guitars and voice. That's it. There's no drums. It doesn't sound exactly the same, but you can tell the branching off of that. I don't know, man. You know, sometimes you tell people this type of information and you would think that they'll embrace it. And matter of fact, they even get offended by that shit. So let me bring you to this tension here real quick. Where is it at? Here it goes, right here. All right, so this is from a book called, I'm just going to look at two things real quick. No big deal, man. It's like no big deal, you know? From the year 1800, okay? Printed that year. Regarding Hernan Cortez between 1485 and 1547, okay? Bernal Diaz del Castillo. On page, and we're just a couple words. Page 151 on PDF, page 138 on the actual book. Okay? You have to know how we ended up here. Why we speak the way we speak, how come some words are, or where they come from. You have to know this shit. And that's why I showed the first page. They denied us any type of education. If supposedly we're here to steal somebody's heritage, why would we be denied if we were part of their team? It makes no sense. So now let's read this, because again, it's about facts, not fiction or feelings. It says on page 138, we're talking about here supposedly some color-colored people were originally here, and we just fucking came and stole their heritage. Somehow we stole their bean diet and their rice diet and their guacamole diet and their, I don't know, tacos diet. I guess we stole tacos and all that stuff from them, apparently, because there's nowhere else in the world that food is from. It's not Asian. It's not European. It's not Spaniard. So let's read this real quick, because I find this very, very, very difficult to then understand. I'm more confused now then. If the original people here were black like black, okay. It says here that the great Montezuma was in this time age about 40 years, of good stature, well proportioned, and thin. It says his complexion was much fairer than that of the Indians. He wore his hair short, just covering his ears. Okay. The only way you can wear your hair short and cover your ears is if you have straight hair. Okay? Now it says his complexion was much fairer than that of the Indians, with little beard, well arranged, thin and black. His face was rather long, with a pleasant countenance, good eye, yada, yada, yada. Okay? See what I'm saying? All right. Let's go to this other page. So help me understand this. It says here, page 313, Cuauhtémoc was of a noble appearance, both in person and countenance. His features were rather large and cheerful, with a lively eyes. His age was about 23 or 4 years, and his complexion very fair for an Indian. I mean, my understanding, God keeps saying copper color, like that doesn't roll here. His queen, and Denise Moctezuma, was young and very handsome. I'm just going to run through this. I'm not even going to look too much into it. Again, it's whatever you guys want to believe. A study in the Hebrew and Indian. My sincere belief is that this is what they really want. They hate the fact that we have so much in common with this Hebrew language, customs, and ways. And if you read the Bible, curses. Because it was first BHI. Then Waboism came into play, then FBA, because they knew they could not do. I'm telling you, they're not interested in your feathers, family. They try to wear them and shit, but it's not what it is. You can look through this book. I'll show you the name. I'm not going to stay on it. This is just a point. A Study in Hebrew and Indian Languages. It's an excellent book. A Study in Hebrew and Indian Languages. You can even preface that with the Nexus, the book that I showed you guys before. If I don't have it around me, I'm not going to look for it. Nope. Excellent comparable. We have to really know that. Now, remember I showed you guys the Spanish Arab Moors, right? Okay. And I told you, man, you wanted me to bring out the guns. I'm bringing out the guns. Because I guess, people got to be reminded, man. This is a book from Leo Africanus. Okay? Leo Africanus. Printed in the 1600s. Regarding 1492 through approximately 1550. That's what he's referring to. Now, mind you, he is of African descent. Leo Africanus. This is a man in that was living around 1492. Okay? Documented information, all of these things, and his stuff was printed in 1600. So if supposedly current people now, right? The so-called white man, if he's the one that took away all this heritage, and somehow, some way, nobody else knew. But this man right here, he says, "En contraire, mon frère." Even if you try to hide into that Moorish nonsense, right? We the Moors. Okay. So let's say you are. Let me show you real quick. As you can see, a geographical history of Africa written in Arabic. Why? Because if you recall, Spain was conquered by Arabs and Moors, right? So it shouldn't blow your mind like, oh, that was, no. Let's look at history and stay in the branch. Not walk around and make up some shit and like add to it because it fucking feels good. Or go blabbering around for 30 fucking minutes because of how you feel. Oh, and by the way, donations, please. A Geographical History of Africa. Written in Arabic and Italian by John Leo A. Moore. You see, this is John Leo A. Moore, born in Granada, brought up in Barbary. Okay? Now, we're going to go back to page 140 and 141. Thank you, brother. It's a little bit back behind you. I think it's over here. It's actually in chapter, it's got to be in chapter, there it goes. It's in chapter 2, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on a second. Give me a moment. Oh, yeah, I know what page you're talking about, but I gotta prove a point here. So this is on page 6 of, I believe, chapter 2. The first, yeah, okay, so this is the first book, or second book, I believe. It says, the original of the people of Africa. This is in 1600. This is not a book from Colombiados shown in 1845 or 1890. This is an African man expressing who and what he knows. So let's go with it. About the original of the Africans, our historiographers do much disagree. For some will have them to be derived from the inhabitants of Palestina, because as they say, being expelled out of their own country by Assyrians, they came at length into Africa and seeing the fruitfulness of the soil, chose it to be their place of habitation. Others are of the opinion that they took their original from Sabians, a people of Arabia, and that before such time as they were put to flight by the Assyrians and or Ethiopians, as had been aforesaid. So now it differentiates Africans from Ethiopians here. Interesting, isn't it? In the 1600s. Some others report that the Africans descended from certain people of Asia, who being chased thence by reasons of wars which were waged against them, fled in Greece, which at the same time had no inhabitants at all. Howbeit, the enemy still pursuing them, they were forced to cross the sea of Morea and being arrived in Africa to settle themselves there. But their enemies abode still in Greece. It says, all which opinions and reports are to be understood only of the original of the Tani people, that is to say, of the Numidians and barbarians. So I guess certain people did move to those regions, but he's saying, nah, that's not the story of Africa. You may be saying that these people jumping around here and there, that's Numidians and barbarians. He goes, to confirm, for all the Negroes or blackamoors. Keep in mind that he's not excluding. He's including you both. Take their descent from Cush, the son of Cam, who was the son of Noah. But whatsoever difference between the Negroes and the Tani Moors, certain it is that they had all one beginning. For the Negroes are descendants of the Philistines, and the Philistines of Mizraim, the sons of Cush, but the Tani Moors fetched their pedigree from the Sabians. And it is evident that Saba was begotten of Ramah, which was the eldest of Cush. Diverse other opinions there be as touching this matter, which because they seem not so necessary, we have purposely omitted. So here, he's clearly stating, and he was in Spain at this time. None of us were. He was. Not FBA, so-called people, not Wabos, not all those dumbasses making these videos. None of them were there. This guy was there. And he himself is an African person. You don't believe me? Let me show you. Now we're going to go a little bit to that page, just to get you to see. I think it's let's see. Oh, this is a crazy one here. Hold on, let me see. And so much that often the parties affected are cool. Okay, it's talking about, diseases over there. Let me see. I always get a little confused. What vices? Here's the vices, which is pretty crazy, right? That's the vices that supposedly he wrote down about his people. Listen to this, okay? So he's going around in this page 42, like he really puts a damper on your shit, like straight Canaanite experience for real. He talked about the civility. There was none. There was prostitution. There was no respect whatsoever. There was no courting of nuts, nothing. Then he says, and you guys can read this on your own. I'm not going to read that because I already know it. I'm not trying to prove that point. He's after all of that, he says, okay? Matter of fact, I'll read it here. It says, the Negroes likewise lead a beastly kind of life, being utterly destitute of use of reason, of dexterity of wit, and all of their arts. Yeah, they so because themselves, as if they had continually lived in a forest among wild beasts. He says, they have great swarms of harlots among them, whereupon a man may easily connect sure their manner of living. So, like it says, they have great swarms of harlots among them. And the dudes are okay with doing that, except their conversation perhaps be somewhat more tolerable, who dwell in the principal towns and cities. For it is like that they are somewhat more addicted to civility. Civility. Then it says here. So this is he. These are his words. Neither am I ignorant how much own credit is impeached when I myself write so homely of Africa, unto which country I stand indebted for both for my birth and also for the best part of my education. Howbeit, in this regard, I seek not to excuse myself, but only to appeal unto the duty of an historiographer who is to set down the plain truth in all places and is blamed worthy for flattering or favoring of any person. So he's showing no respecter of people. He's writing what he sees. And this is the cause that has moved me to describe all things so plainly without glossing or dissimulation. Not with fake shit, making it seem like they're Superman. No. And you know what I mean? Straight facts. Wherefore, here I am to request the gentle reader, friendly to accept of this my most true discourse, albeit not adorned with fine words and artificial eloquence, as of certain unknown strange matter. If you read page 40 and 41, it's a total destruction. 41 to 42, actually. The vices of foresaid Africans are subject onto, and you know what? You'll find a lot of similarities. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. You'll find a lot of similarities of that time and today. Now, I'm going to show this to you. It's important that you get this one, okay? It has to be this one, because a lot of people that don't like to read truth will go to things like this from 1896, and it absolutely cuts out everything that's really important, to be quite frank with you. So you also have to know what you're reading. Partly true is still in doubt. Nah, you can't have it like that. Conditions of Morocco in Leo's day. It's an updated version, which basically they translate for you, because I guess some people are just too lazy to learn how to read this. Now, with all that being said, why does this matter to me? Again, you know what I mean? Why? Like, I always ask questions. I like to ask questions, man. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. Like I said earlier, you know, it's important. Like, reading is fucking important, man. Reading in its proper, true form. Understanding what you're reading. Knowing what you're reading. Right? Okay. Thank you, sis, for sending me this video. Because make it, again, make sense. You don't read. I know you don't read because you're showing pictures. Oh, my bad. I already had it here. I tend to do that. Now, we're going to look at this book here. But as you can see, if I do this, it's going to take too long, okay? So I already had marked the pages before. I'm going to use my Telegram to go through the pictures. We're going to look at this book. All right? This is called America Being an Accurate Description of the New World, containing the original of the inhabitants, the remarkable voyages thither, the conquest of the vast empires of Mexico and Peru, the ancient and later wars with their several plantations, many and rich islands, yada, 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 yada. By John Ogilvy, okay? What year is that? MDCLXX. Hold on. MDCLXX. I believe that's what it is. 1670? Yeah, 1670. Hello. Okay, cool. My bad. I should have just done this. So now this one's written in 1670. All right? Keep in mind what we're talking about. Wabos love to bring up this material. But don't read it, though. That's the problem. So let's check this out, family. Let's endeavor in this. Let's just see what's going on. What exactly are we seeing here? Let's go.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Hidden Histories Collective. We're really excited about this particular one because we have been talking so much about American Indians and our status in this country and our history. And it's, sometimes it can be a bit of an uphill battle because we're fighting and pushing up against the narrative of the day. But I think this book is going to really help to put some things out there and to start having different conversations and having some really important ones. Now, some of you may be familiar with this particular book that I'm about to show you, and I hope that you are, because it's going to be an important series that we're going to be putting together around this book, which is about 800 pages. And I'm really, really excited to talk about this book today. It is called America, being the latest and most accurate.
So you see, right? America being the most accurate. You know what I find so funny, family? What I find so interesting, okay, first of all, I mean, it blows my mind. Because this guy, John Ogilvy, he wrote America, right? Being an accurate description, but not from his experience, from someone else's experiences, okay? And she admits it too, so which is kind of dumb. Now, here's what I do. Like, it blows my mind. What about this book here? Africa Being an Accurate Description by John Ogilvy. Well, I mean, why come? This is not a book of importance to you. Now, I kind of read a little bit through this, and I can understand why. Why is Leo Africanus, which is a much more historical, like a little more, older than that, why didn't that matter? And don't say, oh, that's got a lot of pages, so does the other one. Does this not concern you? If you look at the pictures, right? And I tried to find a one in color, and I could not. It was hard to find, like, because you can see this, like, Negro land. See what I'm saying? How come this didn't matter? So now, let's continue.
Description of the New World. And the title is actually longer than that, but that is the essence of the book. And it was published in 1671 by But when he sat down and he wrote this book, he hadn't really written it from scratch. It was actually a translation and a compilation of earlier sources, mostly from the Dutch, Spanish, and Portuguese accounts. And so, in essence, Ogilvy was more of a publisher / translator than a field researcher.
Okay, so right there, I mean, I don't know why none of you ever considered, just for a moment, ponder, like, well, he wasn't here. So who gave him the picture concept? But you use the picture. You're using a man's experience, which didn't have any. And you say, obviously, he was a publisher, but you use his picture. So why would you use it? Why would you consider it reliable? And then, like, did you ignore this here? I mean, you guys are only looking at this, but what about this person here? And what are these animals with horns? You know what I mean? So now, again, this is Ogilvy. Let's continue.
So, but even that was pretty extensive because, like I said, maps in America were often adapted from earlier 16th and 17th century works. So the book itself is
Like, look, if it mattered to you, then why not recollect and reflect on some of these books from the 1500s? Like, Leo Africanus. What? I mean, seriously, what the? Like, what the? What are we doing here? Are we just being selective? We're just kind of we're going through the motions and shit? Okay, no, let's listen to this real quick.
had a semi-official title of a cosmographer to King Charles II. And as you guys know, King Charles II and other kings and queens of the day, many of them were melanated people.
You see what I mean? But hey, let's ride with that. Let's ride with that. Because, again, you may sound like you're reading something, but you're no different than Colomiados and his crew. That dude raped your minds. He produced lavish atlases and travel books, yada, yada, yada. America, 1671 was part of a series. He also did Asia and Africa, but that doesn't matter, right? Like, Africa doesn't matter. It don't fit the narrative.
Here. But as you can see in this particular picture, Ogilvy is presenting one of those books to King Charles II in a very formal way. Now, books like this that Ogilvy had put together were very expensive, and they were really for the elite and wealthy patrons and libraries and officials who wanted prestige, knowledge.
No, only people with money were able to buy books. That's what it was. It was that simple. It was just that simple. If you had the money, you could buy it. And usually it was those people with power. Let's be honest, family. Child protection rights just began like this last century. Prior to like 1920, bro, kids were working in fucking factories and shit. You know what I mean? Bruh. Come on, give me a break, man. Let me skip to some point because she's just doing some stuff. Whatever. Let's continue here. Let's read this. I'm gonna show you some. I'm gonna show you the book. Don't even trip. Let's go.
Because England was in a fierce rivalry with both Spain and the Dutch for colonial dominance in the Americas, and so publishing a massive authoritative book such as this on the quote unquote New World helped to assert England's intellectual and cultural stake in America. And so by doing that, they were able to show. Well, here they were telling you about here's what we know about America. We've been there. We know.
Here's the funny part. In the same breath, she also says that melanated people were the ones that were, King Charles II. So which elites are we talking about? The white elites or Swarthy elites or black elites? Which ones are we talking about here? In the same breath, you're saying that the elitists were Swarthy? Okay.
So much about this place. And so when you see these images, pay really, really special attention to the social standing of, I guess you could say, the Aboriginal. As you can see in this particular sketch, there were many slaves surrounding this particular Aboriginal. And they weren't African slaves, as you can see. Now, one of the things about
reading the book, no, we ain't reading the book. We're just kind of like, Ogilvy Society. Likely traces their deep cultural continuity back. Okay, so the society's Ogilvy shows in America likely trace their deep cultural continuity back 600 to 1,000 years earlier, or at least to the 8th, 10th century, sometimes much farther. Maya and Andean civilization go back 2,000 years, which apparently they think that they're Maya too. And again, we're looking at pictures. Are we just doing pictures? Oh, okay. All right, we got a page. Let's go.
Honduras, Jamaica, Puerto Rico.
Oakley's book is nearly 800 pages long with sanctions. Okay, here we go. All right.
Rico, Cuba, and more. So when you think of that, you think of the volume, the content in this book. You're talking about many different territories and areas that made up North America. Now, here's the thing. Think about this, and we've said this often, but I'm saying this on the record for the Hidden Histories Collective and our video presentations. is that when you think of all
This is all grifting, man. It's all grifting, bro. Oh, God, dog. Y'all fucking people are crazy. I call this straight up Negro grifting. Y'all are just trying to make money, man. This isn't really about the heritage. Definitely is not about the heritage. I mean, they haven't brought out any material. I don't see any books whatsoever at all. At all. What up, bro? Good to have you. Hold on, let me see. I didn't say what's up to Julio. What up? Julio. Oh, we were Bill, bro. Thank you. Yeah, you're right, bro. Shit. I think there was like 19 people watching at one point. And yeah, there's only like 9 likes, I think. And it's not even about like, oh, it makes me feel good. No, man, it's the more people appreciate the content, that's just the way YouTube works. They'll try to send it to some other people that like your content or that likes what you like. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, that's the whole point. What up, Julio? Good to have you, bro. You didn't miss much. I mean, you know, I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? I would go back when you have a chance because part of the first video, you're going to like it because I'm going to actually show another, excuse me, a couple videos and a couple books at the end to just kind of like the icing on the cake of what we're going to go through right now. Now we're going to go through like actual books, you know, because technically these people, they just love to reference and say and talk about certain books and pictures and shit, and they never fucking show you guys the actual book, nor do they read further into than one page. It's sad, bro. It's sad. Hey, what up, sis? Esa West Side. Good to have you. So let's continue. Not for certain people, fam. This is about the money they can make because you got dumbasses that will fall for it. They're doing it right now. They're lost their minds. They're making dumbass songs too.
all these territories, they were already inhabited by many, many, many indigenous peoples, millions. Okay. So when we talk about the transatlantic, let me get that right, transatlantic slave trade, what are we talking about? Right. And I'm just putting that question out there. I know this isn't the topic of this presentation, but it has to be said and it has to be noted that this particular book highlights that these are established countries, right? Established territories, I should say. And this whole concept of the slave trade puts everything in a very, very different light. And one of the
So without saying it, basically she's saying that the people that lived in these places were blackity black, right? That's what she's saying. Mincing with words ain't gonna fucking get you nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. This is it just like, it's silly to me that you want to mince with words. Well, you know, like transatlantic. I mean, you got to ask yourself. There was already people here, like, so, you know, without really saying it, like the transatlantic slave trade, like, you know, let's put it this way: the real facts were that you guys came with the white man. You had slaves since 1492. You fought all the way through to keep them until 1865. Those are the facts. There's been Negro slavers in these countries for a long time, and here is the proof, family. Here's the proof right here. Because again, it's about confirming. It's not about, you know, just responding with emotions because you have nothing better to express. No. We respond with facts. So let's understand exactly why she tries to consider how come there's other black people in those sections. Let me show you why there are Negros like you in those areas. Okay? It says here, if not all of the first explorers and conquerors of New Spain were European, it is equally important and surprising to many of us, you guys, to note that not all the first Africans who assisted the Spanish and Portuguese came as slaves. An untold number of free people of African descent, black conquistadors born in Africa or in the Iberian Peninsula, also accompanied Spanish conquistadors such as Hernán Cortés, Ponce de León, two of the famed explorers of the vast region that would become modern Mexico and the western and southern regions of the United States. As we might expect, their exploits were just as heroic as the white man and just as problematic as the white man as these of their fellow conquistadors, like the white man. But far more Africans came with the Spanish and the Portuguese as slaves
servants with varying degrees of freedom and attendance and armed adventurers. Adventurers, you mean those guys that took the 9-year-old daughters and sisters of ours and fucking pedophile them and shit? To your, like, you still doing that? Isn't that what you say? Oh, well, what was that BHI guy from ISUPK? He said, oh, 90% of you black people are going to die, but we still got Latinas. While the number of African explorers is impossible to determine, they participated in some way in virtually all the Spanish expeditions in the New World and in the 16th century. What the fuck does that mean? These black conquistadors set an example for subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience, living their daily lives with degrees of complexity that rarely would be achieved by black men and women in the early English settlements and in the Caribbean and in North America. Do you wonder why now? West African Canaanites, do you understand why now you have people that just completely misled you and completely didn't teach you what you really were about? This is why when you say reparations, fuck you and your bullshit stories. Indeed, wherever Spain set its flag of conquest, in the Americas, Africans helped hold a pendant. You can't come to this platform and sit here and lie to us. What up, brother? Good to have you here. Estudiante for wisdom. I did get the videos, bro. I honestly didn't have time to stitch them right now. I'll see if I could later. I'll see if I can actually stitch them as the class goes. But I'm doing like a couple things at once, all right? So just hang in there with me, bro. But good to have you here, man. I appreciate you. But anyways, at least we see some proof, right? Instead of falling for the what? The okie doke? Enmiendas, you guys have them because you and the Spaniards or whatever white man you want to call them, y'all work together. So this stupidity here by using pictures and people are like, oh my God, this is so fucking cool. Look, she's she's showing numbers. Okay. Absolutely not showing the book. Oh, wait, just pictures. Let's see.
If the Americas were already full of indigenous peoples, does it make sense that millions of Africans had to be shipped to the various regions? Ogilvy's book forces us to confront this contradiction.
What does he force you to do? You haven't showed the page about what you're talking about. Let's continue.
And when you see these people, they're dark-skinned people, right? And I'm going to get even deeper with that as we move on here. And I just want to show you again some images from the book, some illustrations from the book, so that you can see the people that were sketched and drawn. And clearly, this man here has curly hair and he's dark. You know, just being really real. Okay. Some more images and illustrations. Yeah, here we go. And so when you see this book in its totality, it really, I don't want
to see the pictures. When you see the pictures of like, oh my God. So you're saying like, this is what they're saying, family, that they built in Tenochtitlan, Iztapalapa, Cholula, Tlaxcala, and the great Pueblo towns of Southwest were all designed, built, and maintained by indigenous people. And they had stone temples, palaces, marketplaces, aqueducts, irrigation systems, and plant streets. Remember, we went back to Diodorus Siculus, right? That's why I did that. So, again, we're going by pictures. She's not saying it, but you're saying it. So you're saying black people had all this shit put together, and we just came in and kicked them out. When the fuck did that happen? Like, what part? What you between 1492? What happened in 1500? 1570, 1680, 1650. On the contrary, we have documentation showing that African people had smallpox, and they brought that shit over here, and they decimated the majority of the people. I mean, that should have given you the opportunity to, like, you know, take the land and shit. It's almost as if about 100 million people just came in 1500, bro, like straight up. That's how they see it. Now, Ogilvy, again, the book is Ogilvy. So here goes. Here's a question. Because honestly, she doesn't show the book much. It's just talkity talk, you know? That's it. It's cloud chasing. She wants your money, man.
They look African to me. That's what people will say, right? Now, my response, in America, Ogilvy look at these illustrations and say, They look African to me. That's what people will say, right? Now, my response, in America, Ogilvy never uses the term African. Never. He never uses the term African. And when you guys go to archive.org and you download it directly from the website, you can do a search in the document and you won't ever see the word African. He does not.
You see that? She said you can do a search in the document, but it never show it. So that means she's never read it. Okay?
Describe these people as African. His descriptors are consistent. He calls the indigenous people Americans, Floridians.
Didn't we just see earlier, and she said it herself, that he wrote a book about Africa, Asia, and America? If he would have seen people in Africa, wrote about them, and came here and you guys look like them, I don't give a shit what you say. Like you eat like an African person. You smell like one. I'm not saying you smell bad or good. I'm just saying, giving you, like, you walk like a duck, you see a duck, whatever, right? You smell like one, you dance like one, you eat like one, you worship like one, and yet you're saying you're not one. It's like I'm saying I'm not Mexican, but I eat tacos, you know what I mean? I wear a hat, I got my bigote, you know, the typical fucking shit, right? My bigotas, I listen to Mexican, music, blah, blah, but I'm not Mexican. Nah, fuck no. I look like one. Hell no, I'm gringo, homie. Or now, what if I said, no, fuck no, I'm African. Fuck no, I ain't no Mexican, I'm African. Why? How do you know? Well, there's some pictures over there. I've seen some Mexican people looking over there. Seriously, that's so we've never seen the book. In America, Ogilvy never uses the term African. Well, no, because he's writing about the Americas, dumbass. Why would he do that? But he did use Negro. He did use Negro in the book. And if we recall, Leo Africanus also uses the word Negro to reference Africans. Let's continue. I'm telling you, I'm going to show you the books, man. We got fire here.
Floridians, guys, forgive me. The Mexicans, the native inhabitants, the Peruvians, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to make that note here, because sometimes people will say things, well, they look African and they were African. Now, keep in mind, yes, the Spaniards and Europeans, they did bring Africans over with them in the early part of the 15th century, and when they started really coming with regularity, because we know they were coming to conquer. But in terms of the number, the slave trade, the quote unquote slave trade, wasn't official per se. So when Ogilvy writes and puts together this book, he's putting together the book not just based on his perceptions, but on what he has in front of him based on the Dutch and the Portuguese and Spaniards, what everyone else has been saying. So he
don't even have a perception of it because he was never fucking here. God, how can he write it from his perception? No, for him to write it from his perception and then have a collection of other people's writings would make sense with what you just said. But that makes no fucking sense because there's no perception. All he can go by is the material that he read. The only perception comes from them. Dear God, this is who you're giving your money to. This stupidity. So now, let me see if there's anything stupid that she may say. Let's go.
And calling anyone African because they're not African. Now, here's where it gets interesting. And here is where you will find and see where the term Negro came from and why they begin to call us Negro. Now, in the 17th century, Negro land, or what they would call the land of Negroes, or sometimes they would call the land of the blacks, it was a European term that they used, and they put this on maps and atlases. And it was used primarily by the Portuguese, Dutch, and later by Ogilvy when he wrote his 1670 volume called Africa to describe West Africa, which stretched from Senegal to Nigeria, as you can see on this map. Okay, so it was a section of quote unquote Africa that they called Negro land. See? Now, Negro land didn't mean one kingdom, but a whole belt of territory Europeans associated with the quote unquote Black peoples. And on maps, you'll often see it placed just below the Sahara, okay, covering the Sahel region. Now, when Ogilvy wrote Africa, the book, because there was another book, and I'm also going to but I'm going to include the link of that book as well, which is almost, I think it's a little over, maybe over 900 pages, I think that one is. Now, in Ogilvy's Africa, the full title includes the land of Negroes, Guinea, Ethiopia, where Negro land is broadly applied. So think of it from this perspective. Ogilvy writes America, which is a whole different set of people. Then he writes Africa, which is again another whole set of people. But by the time we start reaching into the, the areas of the slave trade, that's when people just start calling folks Negroes, right? They just.
You hear that? You hear that? It makes no sense because we do see that the terminology was used at that time. So you're saying, well, you never said African, but then you're saying, well, that the word Negro was never used until over here?
And stone towns with plazas, gardens, and waterways. And we're going to be doing a series, as I mentioned, but the thing, folks, Negroes, right? They just, we start reaching into the, the areas of the slave trade. That's when people just start calling folks Negroes, right? They just, anybody who had dark skin was a Negro. Now, I want to talk about the importance of this book. And I know I'm doing a really kind of quick overview of this.
Well, I'm just wanting to lie to you. Hold on. Let me see what else, some dumb shit he says. All right. So hold on. In Ogilvy's engraving, he saw dark-skinned people in stone towns with plazas, gardens, and waterways. Okay. They weren't Spanish cities. They were indigenous cities built centuries before the conquest. The Europeans, Spaniards, didn't create these cities. They conquered them, erased them, and then rebuilt them on top of them. Ogilvy's 1671 America preserved what the conquerors themselves first saw: American Aborigines, Indians living in civilizations as advanced as any in Europe. So that's her idea of this book. 900 pages, and all she fucking said was the pictures. Look at what about these pictures? What do you call that right there? You see that kid, family? You see that? Oh, my dear. I guess it's not convenient, huh? Hey, look at that kid. Look at that kid. He got straight hair. That shit don't look woolly to me. What are you fucking talking about? What are you saying? What are you doing, man? What are we talking about here? The unknown South. America. We're still looking at America. Correct? Or am I seeing things here? Look, let's look at some more pictures. What about this shit right here? Now, again, I don't like to just show you guys pictures, but what happened to these pictures? Look, I barely clicked on 2 pages. Hold on. Let me see the top of that right there. What about this person right here? They don't look dark. Because they're not talking about Europeans in this book. Remember? America. Americas. I'm just showing you the pictures real quick, fam. Here it goes right here, look. So they use this, right? They use that. Oh, that's got to be us. Look at the hair, though. That shit is flowing, man. That's not woolly shit. Now you're going to say that, no, well, not everybody has. Come on, bro. Please stop. Here you are eating yourself. Is this what you're saying? You're cannibals? I mean, those people don't look African at all, bro. Yeah, look at the way it's colored in, but look at the material. Now, this is, again, from a man that was never here. Okay, so now, let me take you to the book. We're going to dissect this shit quickly, all right? So here's what I think they want. This is from the same book, chapter 4. And here Diodorus Siculus is mentioned again. In like manner, Diodorus Siculus undertakes to prove that America was known to the ancients, telling a story how the Phoenicians were driven by storm from, I don't think it's the next page. So it's basically what we read in Diodorus Siculus, okay? I'm not trying to hide anything. So let's continue. Page 25. This is what they're not saying, but this is what they want. How little difference is there in many words between the Greek and the Hebrew? The Hebrew called church congregation, Sanhedrin, blah, 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 right? So he's starting to mention these particular words here.
Hebrew, somehow, some way. You know, you're like, Hebrew? Okay. He's exploring languages. All right. Here on page, chapter 2, page 23. Again, the name of God in Hebrew, right, mentions a few things, right? He's basically, again, doing a diagnosis of, hold on, page this one. Okay, cool. Next one. He's doing a diagnosis of the Americas. So now here's what he says here on top. Peopled in America, the Spaniards sprung from Tabul of Japhet have subjugated the Americas, descendants from the Sidons of Canaan. What? Have subjected the Americans descended from Sidon of Canaan, wherein is fulfilled that prophecy of Moses that Canaan should be servants of Japheth. But it seems a great mistake to derive the Phoenicians from Canaan, for they are extracted from Shem, Abraham, Esau, I think, first name Edom, from his saying Adam, whatever. So you see, like he's kind of going through like Bible stuff, you know, trying to compare. Okay, so this is what he's writing. It's a big book. Then it says here, but who can find the least likeness between the Hebrew or the Arabic tongue with the Americans? Lastly, since Phoenicians acknowledge Esau for a father, what then concerns the Americans, the curse of Canaan, since they are no more extracted from Canaan than the Phoenicians? So apparently Ogilvy thinks that these natives are Canaanites. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm talking about? So Ogilvy's not even really doing like them a favor. But again, you don't read. Lastly, let's see what else. Canaan extracted from the dusk concerning the Phoenicians. Well, let me read this again. But who can find least likeness between the Hebrew or Arabic tongue with the Americans? Lastly, since the Phoenicians acknowledge Esau for a father, what then concerns the Americans? The curse of Canaan, since they are no more extracted from Canaan than the Phoenicians, thus much concerning the Phoenicians. So check this out. Some would derive the Americans from the Jews, others from the 10 tribes of Israel, carried into captivity. The ground of which opinions is that the Jew and the Israelites were scattered among all nations. Therefore, they conclude that America was also peopled by them, rather because ancient Jews and Americans were one complexion. And when a like habited, both going without shoes, only wearing sandals, and an upper coat over the shorter linen vest. So here he's basically saying they compare the Americans with the Jews because you're just with sandalias and un pinche pancho way. Both are humble, quick of apprehension, and obliging, yet valiant. But it is certain they cannot be like the Jews because the Americas changed their habit. According as they lived in cold and hot countries, they go not in the least like anyone other. All right? So we're seeing like this guy, what he's talking about. We're getting the gist of it. This is on page 26. He mentions Canaan again. We can't really see it that well, so, you know, I'll skip it for now. It looks better in the book. I did my best to take the pictures, fam. This is chapter 2, page 29. So here he's still kind of referencing some type of biblical history regarding, you know, what he's trying to understand from what he's reading. Remember, from what he's reading. So he's mentioning things that he's read before. He's never been here. Chapter 3, page 33. The counting of the times by night, extracted by the Hebrews, is observant by the diverse Eastern people. And although the Germans dip and wash their children in the cold water, rivers, or brooks, so soon as they were born, yet the Mexicans never did. But the mothers laid the child on the fourth day after its birth in an open place of the house,
In the middle whereof it stands a pot full of water covered with broom, in which they wash the infant. Neither are the Americans so much addicted to the vice of gaming as any other nation, so that Grotes taxed them too severely as to the point. Soon as contrary, he too much clearer than them of polygamy, whereas the Mexican marry as many wives as they please or are able to maintain. All right, so that's kind of stuff that he's writing about. Chapter 3, page 18. I think, no, hold on. Chapter 2, page 38. My bad. Let me see if this is of some significance. Planting American lands. No, let's continue. Mentions a similar tongue of the Hebrew. Okay? Like this is what he's reading. Page 80, chapter 3. Now here, check this out where it gets really interesting. So he's talking about, he doesn't say anything about Negro, whatever, this and that, or Africa never mentioned. Well, it is mentioned in a book from probably 500 years prior. Oh no, that's not the one I was looking for. Hold on. It's so we got that. Give me a second. Might be Bataan tribes. It's talking about the similarity in clothing. Yep, I got that. The Hebrew, okay, that. I think we're here. Okay, same Hebrew stuff. Let's check here. Necromancer. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, so now check this out. This is on Honduras, chapter 4, page 229. Okay? So let's read this. It says, the young children's faith, they murdered, beating out the brains against the stone. So here we see the fruitful valley of the country were anciently very well inhabited. To vast multitude of natives were destroyed by the Spaniards' cruelty, of which the Bishop Bartolome de las Casas, in his letter to the Emperor Charles V, gives his relation. So we see here of how the Spaniards just completely destroyed and tortured our people. Now, this is what he reads, what the Spaniards did, the cruelty. I'm not going to read it because I'm trying to get to a specific point. Talking about what the people look like. Okay? So check this out. That's on page 152. Let's see. Clothing of the Indians, Indian breeches over their secret parts, the snake, all other tail behind, hanging down before last skin here. Let's see, there were the shoes, Moses' skin. I was reading this earlier, so I'm kind of going through it real quick in case I miss anything, okay? Just my bad. Fouls, okay, cool, sounds good. All right, so now check this out. Chapter 4, look, Guadalajara. What a coincidence, right? What a coincidence. The Moors or Negroes, which are brought hither from Guinea. Where's that at? Hold on a second. Where is that at? Where's Guinea, family? What are we talking about here? Where is Guinea? Guinea is right there in Africa. What are we doing? What are you talking about, lady? The Moors or Negroes, which are brought hither from Guinea. He didn't have to say Africa because he was calling the fucking country. Because Africa is a continent, not a country. Why would he say Africa? You see the difference? So when he said Africa, he wrote about the continent of Africa. When he said America, he wrote about the continent of America. I don't know if he was in Africa, but I know he wasn't here. The Moors or Negroes, which are brought hither from Guinea, do all manner of hard labor. The Guachichiles and Guamares are valiant people, and have each their peculiar language utterly different from the Mexicans. You guys look just like them. Would there be any difference here? Chapter 2, page 151. Check this out. Now we're going to get into the looks, because she says supposedly they were, like black, right? And she's all looking at the pictures. Okay, so let's read this. Most of these Northwood Indians are between 5 to 6 foot high, straight-bodied, strong composed, smooth skin, married countenance, of complexion more swarthy than the Spaniards, black-haired, high foreheads, black eyes, out nose, broad shoulders, brawny arms, long, slender-headed, out-breasted, small-waisted, lank bellies, well-thighed, flat-kneed, with handsome grown legs, and small feet. In other words, they take them when the blood skips in their veins, when the flesh is on their backs, and marrow in their bones, when they floric in their antique deportments and Indian posture. They're more amiable to behold, though only in Adam's livery, than many in trim gallants in the newest mode. And though their houses are but mean, their lodging is homely, common sense. They drink water, nature their best clothing, yet they still are healthy and lusty. Lustly or loosely, I don't know what that, lusty, I'm assuming lusty? Yeah, okay. Check this out. Their smooth skins proceed from often anointing of their bodies with the oil of the fishes, the fat of the eagles, with the grease of the raccoon, which they hold in summer at best antidote to keep their skin from blistering, which the scorching sun. Do you know what that means, fam? So, for example, when you're out in the sun, if you don't put oil on you, it could blister. Now, that doesn't happen to black folks. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? It is their best armor against the mosquitoes, and their surest abrivore of the hairy excrement, and stops the pores of their bodies against the nipping winter's cold. Their black hair is natural, yet it is brought to a more jetty color by oiling, dyeing, and daily dressing. Sometimes they wear it very long, hanging down in a loose, disheveled, womanish manner. What? No. Así como, like, you have long hair, you hold it up. It's like loose, not braided. When can you see that with Wooly, bro? No, there's no way you can do that. I mean, unless you put some other weird shit, which they say makes grow the father. They're not a little fantastical, I guess, in their particular. Their boys being not permitted to wear their hair long till 16 years of age. Then they must come to it by degrees, some being cut with a long forestop, a long lock on the crown, one on each side of the head, the rest of the hair being cut even with the scalp. Totally missed the part where it said, like, the horse's tail. Now check this out. I'm going to jump back because there's a lot of pages, okay? So I just made sure to put the pictures in there and just read them. So now we're reading here, chapter 4, page 235. So I'm not showing you guys pictures. I'm reading stuff to you. Why? Because, again, look at the differentiation between people. Filipina, another on the west of Carlos, both of these seated upon a large spacious bay, before which there lie certain little islands to the numbers of 30 or more, which the Spaniards are said to have wholly dispeopled long since by forcing the natives over into the continent to work in the mines. As usually, they died before the emperor's prohibition.
But now they use slaves or Negroes, which they buy for that purpose from Guinea and other parts. She's like, well, why would they? I mean, if there was somebody here, why would they replace them? I mean, so you don't know the story. You don't know about the smallpox, the mine, the death, and all that. Now here we're seeing them calling them Negroes. You said they weren't calling them Negroes until later, but Leo Africanus calls them that. Let's continue. Chapter 8, 379. This island is divided into 11 parishes or parts, whatever, and hath it 14 churches and chapels, and being subdivided into diverse plantations, small and great, had sugar worked according to with fair and large buildings made of stone and brick, which generally are pleasant habitations and delightful situated, most having pleasant prospects to the sea and land. The inhabitants of this island are English, Scot, and Irish. So they're, where are they? They're in an island. Somewhere, Charlestown maybe, looks like it. So they're in an island, all right? So they're in an island right now. English, Scots, and Irish, and some but very few of the something Dutch and French nations who formerly lived here a time of servitude and now dwell as free men, some by their trade, others by plantation. Also some few Jews live here and trade as merchants, they having obtained license from His Majesty to do so, besides mulattoes and Negroes, which are here kept and accounted for slaves, the number of which some years since, upon search, were forced to be 50,000 persons. You see? 50,000 slaves. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The number of which some years since, upon search, were found to be 50,000 persons. 40,000 whites, my bad. So 40,000 whites and 20,000 blacks? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Are we not reading? It's an interesting thing here that in this page 398, chapter, I don't know what. I could look at my book, but I'm going fast now. Lastly, La Cruza Real, or the Crux Real, a few leagues distant from Panama, I believe, for the most part, inhabited a sort of Negro called cimarrones, meaning cimarrones. Now, if you read the book, the Black Indian, it mentions the cimarrones, meaning like these. They weren't. I guess they were like considered. Man, I'm telling you, I don't want to look for the book, okay? But I'll bring it up in another class. I promise, maybe another round. I'll bring this up for sure, or remind me for sure. But they were called cimarrones in these areas, kind of like almost resembling like the Esmeraldas type, okay? Africans claiming to be natives. Along the north coast of Panama are two small woody islands called Cativa and Comadre or something like that, okay? But let's continue. Chapter, I believe, 19, page 387. Look at this. 1498, right? It is accounted 16 leagues long, half as much as breadth, and was discovered by Columbus in his third voyage, the year of our Lord 1498, and was at first in great reputation in regards to the rich pearl fishing upon his coast, wherein the Spaniards more favorable, it seemed, to the natives of this place than usual, because of their readiness to discover their treasures, employed Negroes. Oh, these people were called Negroes. These people were called Negroes. Natives were there too. So are you telling me you natives are called supposedly We're not, I mean, I don't understand because you said that at this time they weren't considered Negroes. See what I'm saying? And if you guys look alike, how could they then differentiate natives to Negroes? Look at this. Check this out. And let's see. In the year 1601, Captain Parker, with a fleet of English, put on shore here and took as many prisoners as he had 500 pounds of pearl for the ransom of I don't know what. And at his coming away, took a ship he met from off the coast of Angola, Africa, with 370 Negroes aboard her who were going to be sold for slaves. What are we doing here? You are totally debunking your shit with this book. You're saying at this time, like, no, there was no trafficking people. The transatlantic wasn't true. The natives were not Africans. I'm telling you that right now. This is page, and again, you should read the book, 524, chapter 7, I think. The fleet, as it before mentioned, sailing from Sierra Leone, oh my God, Africa, came to an anchor at Comni and landed 1,200 men, a pequeña, besides 150 Negroes, which regiment Andres Veron and Aaron Jacobson carried to the Castildan mines, whither they before sent a company commanded by Hans Gerf, whatever, to prevent the sallies of the enemy. The Hollanders in 30 encamped themselves near the fort, and while some of the men were seeking for water, others smoking tobacco and lying without their arms and in disorder on the ground, and the commander were taking a view of the fort from neighboring hill, 200 Negro fell upon the fettered army with great rage and fury, and so much greater in regards to the Portuguese had promised them great sums of money for every Hollander they killed. You see this? Never any army was in such distraction, they being dispersed and killed like so many sheep. You see this right here? This book completely debunks everything you guys are saying. He, by company of Negroes that carry provisions, you see it already. I don't even have to get into it. The ship with Angolan Negroes. Again, chapter 7, page 539. No, I don't understand. Like, do you not read this book? Chapter 7, 541. With 500 men and 40 Negroes. See? Since 1492, you guys been coming and helping these people. And yes, some of you guys were in servitude, but not everybody. Look at this. January 1636, by a renegade Negro, the Spanish army, consisting of 300,000 men, were come to Rodrigo de Barros, his sugar mill, about 5 leagues from Paripero, something like that. Y'all can read it. But you're getting the point. I'm going through this book. She didn't do any of that. She didn't do any of that. She gave you guys pictures. And try to claim, oh, well, this is who we are. Not really. No, like there's a big difference between the people of Africa and the people of the Americas. And the people of the Americas are not Africans, never looked African, never ate like Africans, never had the experience that we've had. So please stop it. Negroes inhabiting the, here, let's see, there we go. Okay, so we see a lot of this stuff, right? A Negro that served a Spanish captain. You see? You're saying that y'all came like slaves. No. You came with the Spaniards. Remember the Muslims and the Moors? Arab Moors, you know what I'm saying? Remember that shit? Come on, man. What are we doing here? A Negro that served a Spanish captain called Henrik Diaz, being taken, informed the Hollanders that the Spanish fleet was much weakened by a poisonous air on the coast of Africa. Whoa, he said Africa. said that in the entire book, you will not find the word Africa. You will not find the word Africa. What up, brother? Good to have you here. I'll answer in a bit. Let me just finish. You know what? If it wasn't for this, man, I would have had a boxing channel. Let's put it that way. I boxed since I was 9 years old. Man, I'll lie. I was watching boxing since I was 9. I started boxing around 13, 14. And then, you know, I don't do that shit now, but I wasn't that lucky with opportunity. Anyhow, so it says here, that the admiral was resolved with divided forces to burn all places he came at and receive the Negroes, Mamalukes, mulattoes, and Brazilians under his jurisdiction. What are you talking about? She literally said that not once does he mention Africa in this book, fam. She said it not once. If you search in the book, you won't find the word Africa. She fucking said that. So there you, I mean, that's one good example that she doesn't fucking read. None of these people do. Another word, Negro. Remember, there's several pictures, so I didn't want to go through the clicking on the page because, let me remind you, it takes a while, right? The Spanish king had, no, hold on, let me go back. Chapter 7, 573. The Spanish king, earlier it says Angola, regarding the Netherlands, fell upon the Portuguese where they met them. Moreover, several citizens returned to Loando and professed half their Negroes if they might have the liberty to be transported to St. Salvador with the other half, but it was judged more convenient to keep them. And by fair means also invited the rest, because it appeared by the Angolan accounts that the profit of the Negro trade amounted yearly to 56 tons of gold, and charges of garrisons and sittings of the ships being deducted from it. The Spanish king had yearly above 50,000 Negroes from hence to employ in his American mines. Look, in the book, Africa's gift to America, it also mentions this shit. Like, you guys came as conquistadors too. And yes, some of you guys were slaves. The majority of you were indentured servants, meaning that you would fight your way through that shit. If you could serve them, you would be free. That whole 1619 shit that's a lie. That's not the first time you stepped on this land. Chapter 7, 576. We're just kind of going on some quick pictures here. Look, in the interim, Gray Maurice had a design upon the city of Buenos Aires, South America, southern part of Brazil, near the river Plata, where a way leads by land to Peru, and whither the silver and Negroes were often brought, especially when any ships were suspected to block the channel of Panama. Again, Angola, Guinea, Africa. What are you talking about, woman? Is it really because you want to know about your heritage, or is it because you just want to collect money from your people? Chapter 7, 577. 200 Negroes, a golden collar, a pot, besides many Negroes for the West India Company. These agents desired aid against the Duke of Sombo, who treacherously plotted to drive the king out of Congo. So there was a king in Africa from Congo, which plots discovered by settered letters signed by blah, 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 blah. 2 agents from Congo were strong and black men, very active and having grim countenance. See what I'm saying? These ain't indigenous people, bro. This ain't indigenous people, man. You know what I'm saying? This is not indigenous people. Kaleno Crawford, you got? Oh, yeah, you know who. Sorry, it's off the topic. It's all good. Shalom, brothers. Before saying anything, love and blessings to all. Yeah, I appreciate that. Good to have you here. But again, look at this, man. She said that you would not find Africa, that you would not find Negro, that, you know, here we see 2 agents from Congo. Agents, African agents were strong and black men. What are we doing here?
What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Loando, Negro, like what's going on? Feel still by the let's go. I think that's enough of that word. Let's see if we can find something else, or if that's it, or we're gonna move on. Let me see. Same thing. We already showed you that the word Africa is in there. That's for sure. The Negroes that worked in the sugar mills. Okay. All right. So now that I got through this, and again, look how many pages it were. Okay. Several pages. There must have been like maybe 19 pages, fam. All right. Now, the reason why I did that was because if you see here, it's very slow. You know, it takes a while to load. So I would have spent so much more time doing this way than showing you the other way. Now, what they do is they use pictures like this. But even then, they don't look African, which boggles the mind because, you know, when you see Egyptian sculptures that resemble like Africanish features, they do embrace that. But this, I don't get it. They're only basing it because this guy is like a white. I mean, it's drawings. What are we doing here? Are you really that desperate? So what is this? Is this real? Is there like a dragon there and shit with a tail? Who is that? Is that Chupacabras? Is Chupacabras real? Is that real? Are you telling me that shit is here as well? You see this, family? So Ogilvy also drew humans, like animals that look like humans. So is that real too? What are we doing here? I'm gonna show you one more picture and that's it. I'm gonna move on because I'm gonna show you something else. So again, you didn't show shit, okay? He does write about this right here, but you guys choose not to even look at that, not to consider it. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, sounds good. Doesn't matter, huh? All right, sounds good. Okay, so here we see a picture of Emperor of Morocco, whose mother was an unmixed Negro slave, had tens of thousands of white slaves. From a painting, 1670, see John Ogilvy's Africa. That's the writer that he's talking about. So here's the 7 myths of the Spanish conquest. And you start seeing this here. The sixth aspect of the conquest procedure was the use of display violence or the theatrical use of violence, despite the assistance of native allies and the use of African auxiliaries. Page 25. Another technique was the massacre of unarmed natives, whose effect was magnified of women, children, and elderly were killed, as in Cortez-led massacre in Cholula, or if the victims were celebrants in the important native festivals or rituals, as it was in the Alvarado-led massacre in Tenochtitlan, or if the victims were confined by space or crowded together tight, in both of the cases, as well as the Pizarro-led massacre of Atahualpa. As John Ogilvy puts it in 1670, Spanish expeditions advanced with fear conquering more than slaughter. John Ogilvy is referenced in this book.
This is the book that talks about how the Spaniards were assisted by Africans. I'm going to show you some stuff here. Life patterns of some black conquistadors. Juan Garrido, Sebastián Toral, Pedro Fulupo, Juan Bardales, Antonio Perez, Juan Garcia, Ruiz, Valiente, Beltran, all of that. You didn't come as slaves only. Just as Juan Garrido had been called Mexico's only black conquistador, that's a lie. There was many. And the book, Africa's Gift to America, confirms it. So now, here's where it gets interesting. You see these pictures? These pictures are older than Ogilvy's pictures. Okay? Now they're not colored yet. Here. (1683). Well, I mean, that's the year they married. But these are older drawings than Ogilvy's drawings. This is from that book, I believe. Is it? Which one is it? Let me see the cover. I don't remember which one. So let's look at the features, right? This is what they go by. No, these can't be you guys. No, there's no way. Okay. What about these pictures? From 1579. That's not in your narrative. 7 Myths of Spanish Conquest. This is in your narrative.
All right,
that is. This is there. But you know what's so funny? In that book, it has this picture too. This is an older picture too. I don't see your features there. What are you talking about? This is an older picture as well. Are they painted black? This is an older picture too. Here is one particular person, which is what I think this is Esteban, I believe. A black servant or slave, various Spaniards, black servant. This is the natives right here. Negro, native. You guys, come on, man. Are you telling me that this is what so-called African Americans look like? I will tell you what they did bring. Another first attributed to the African in Mexico was the bringing of smallpox to the mainland. Francisco de Eguía, one of the black slaves on the Narvaez expedition in 1520, remember, allegedly died of the disease soon after landing in the Mexican coast. Allegedly. Check this out. The Dominican chronicler Diego Duran, for example, mentions various servants and blacks, while the native count compiled by Sagahun, known to us as Florentine Codex, simply notes that that with the Spaniards came some blacks. See? Sagahun wrote in Florentine Codex, simply notes that with the Spaniards came some blacks who had crispy hair, curled dark hair. Crispy, curled, dark hair. Two of the illustrations in Duran's account depict a black African beside Cortez. Figure 8. What are we doing here? As the first major conquerors on the mainland, the conquerors of Mexico helped to inspire and finance a flurry of Spanish expeditions through the Americas. All included African slaves and servants. many of whom, like Juan Garrido, okay, and Juan Valiente, became and continued to fight as conquistadors. Smallpox, measles, and flu meant that Europeans and Africans arrived in a new world with deadly array of germs. Both of you guys were fucking dirty. Disease moved through the Americas faster than germ-carrying European and Africans could. Fucking dirty. This is from Phoenician colonial islands. Let's see. I don't want to just show you random stuff because then it will not get off topic, but see, like that I could show you, but it's like that's not my point right now. This is an example of what I showed you earlier, Diodorus Siculus. There was already people here. See, it says here, it was the custom of the inhabitants to retire during summer to magnificent country houses which stood in the midst of a beautiful garden. So they knew that there was people here, right? Okay, so now let me bring you back. Of course they did. This is from American Holocaust. And this is what they said when they saw Tenochtitlan. We saw so many cities and villages built on water. Built in the water, and other great towns built on dry land, and that straight and level causeway going towards Tenochtitlan. We were amazed and said that it was like the enchantment that they tell us in the legends of Amadís. That's why they try to say, like, califas. It's pinches pendejos, way. On the account of the great tower and temple and the buildings rising from the water, and all built of masonry. And some of the old soldiers even asked whether the things they saw were not a dream. So this is cities built on water. Let me not forget the point. Cities built on water. Diodorus Siculus, the source, says the same thing. That these people did see a land far away. The land is beautiful, it's fruitful, much of it being mountainous, being a level plain of surpassing beauty. Through it flows navigable rivers, which are used for irrigation. The island contains many parks planted with trees, and every variety and garden in great multitude, which are traversed by streams of water. On it also private villas of costly construction. And through the gardens, banqueting houses have been constructed on settlings of flowers. It's the same thing they saw here. Built on floating. And here we're talking about how it really looks like. Okay, this is from the American Holocaust. So all of this stuff that you read, all these so-called, fucking theories and shit. Diodorus Siculus, the native races of the Pacific state of North America. This is why they try to claim fame that don't belong to that name. Y'all are Africans, man. You're just going to have to fucking deal with it. And I believe what you hate is the fact that you're mostly West African, which means you're Canaanites. If you don't believe in the Bible, then just be who you are, but don't try to claim who you're not. Like, this is silly. Look at this. Additional names of the empires of the Moors. Atlantans, Atlanta. You see what I'm saying? So they're everybody. Phoenicians, Gaetulians, Carthaginians, Mauritanians, Moroccans, Nubians, Saracens, Turks, Ottomans, Hindus, Hessians, French, Spaniards, Prussians, everybody. Okay, so now this is from pictures that I showed you. These are older than, first, they're real, true perspective of people, and older than Ogilvy's. What do we see here, family? What are you going to do? You're going to say these are morenos and shit? Like African people? No, bro, you stupid. And this is why you don't use these pictures. You don't use these pictures because it doesn't fit your narrative. Look at our people. I mean, those are not our people, but they're kind of tawny morenillos and shit, right? They're all dressed up as soldiers, and you know what I'm saying? You see all that. This is a more newer picture.
Look at these guys here. See the skin tone? Look at this. This is why they don't use it. You see? You see, this is Moctezuma meeting the Spaniards. Meeting the Spaniards. It doesn't fit your narrative. That's why you ignore these pictures. That's the reason. Let me go back. Now, I read you the book. I'm showing you pictures. Because that's technically, you're supposed to do that. Captain Cortés, echar las raos a pico. Correnles soldados. I think it's in Italian. Look at this. Oh, Latin. What are we doing here, family? Huitzilopochtli, I believe. Moctezuma. These are older pictures. Older pictures than Ogilvy's fake picture. They don't look African. Not one bit. Not one bit. Whatsoever. See, you don't use these because it doesn't favor you. Because you see, that's a Mexican right there. Sort of, just an example. Right? What do you see? See Spaniards. These are older pictures. Look at this here. Are you going to use these now? You're going to say you're these people? Look, he's got little round hair. Are you going to say that? And who are these guys then? Unless, what are we doing here? Who are you carrying? Newer pictures. This is a very interesting one here. Look at this. We saw this already. Look at this here. I don't know how old this picture is. But you see that it's not current. This is from the Tenochtitlan War. See those people? See this? What are we doing? Look at these pictures. I don't see any African natives. Look at these pictures. Does these people look African to you? They're brown. If I go by your logic, then that would mean they're African, right? Or whatever you call yourself. Because apparently you don't even like them now. You guys are fighting your own people. You're fighting your mamas. Like for real. You're fighting your root. Look at this picture right here. Look at this variety of skin tone. From brown to light brown. Look at that. Why are we ignoring these pages? These are old. They're not new. They're not from 1800. They're brown. Are they African? Look at that dark guy. Is he African? They're dark. Are they Africans?
They're more reddish. Look at this right here. Are you saying he's African? Or so-called? What are we doing, fam? This is even more very interesting. Let me see if I can get a better picture of him. Yep. Look at this guy. He's brown. Is he African? Are these people African? See, we don't go by pictures here. We go by facts. This is the other book that Samuel Morton wrote that these wobbles get confused by because of this explanation right here. Right here. They ignore all this here. Undeviatingly. So what it's basically saying is that if you see an Indian, you see an Indian all over the Americas. Just like if you see a Negro, you see a Negro all over the Africas. That's what it means. That's what it means. That's why it says, for whatever you see a native. You don't see a Negro. And in the previous page, it gives you an example, an idea of what the hell's going on here. They all possess alike the long, lank, black hair. Not woolly. Full and compressed lips, meaning thick lips, thin lips. I tend to have thin lips. My wife has thick lips. Cinnamon color. Brown or cinnamon color. So he's saying, what can it be traced to Polynesians, Mongolians, Hindus, Jews, or Egyptians? He don't even say Africans. Okay? Here he's like, could I compare them to Egyptians, Jews, Hindus, Mongolians, or Polynesians? Huh? He's not even saying any comparison with Africa here. My God, he debunks your shit quick. All you got to do is read. Just read for once. Look at this. Body characteristics. And they had long, thick, black, coarse hair. These islanders, Haitians, were of medium height, but well-shapen. Their colors are reddish. And I'm not talking about Haiti like today, okay? Now, this is way before they came. The face being a gross and hideous. Their nostrils very open. The hair on the head long, not woolly, but absent to the rest of the body. Hardly any forehead. The teeth dirty and black, and an indescribable fierceness of the eye. The color of the skin was partly due to the constant, the color of the skin was partly due to a constant application of pigment and the heat of the sun, to which their naked bodies were always exposed. The color of the skin was partly due to a constant tanning. I grew up in Oceanside. I used to go down to the beach a lot, try to bodyboard, or just chill out there, and I would get really tanned. And I would use oil and mix it with not iodine, but the chemical you use to cure cuts that they use at the hospital. I figured out a way to mix it. So when I would apply it, I would get a little more of a brownish golden tan. Like, I didn't know any better. I was a kid trying to figure out how to look better. I didn't mind having dark skin or brown skin. My brothers are darker than me. It didn't matter to me. I liked it. I like my skin. I liked it lighter or browner. I liked the fact that I could change it. Let's continue. In 1520, according to the letter of Baltazar de Castro, 5 canoes of Caribs with 150 men landed at the mouth of the Homacao at the eastern end of the islands, burned houses and killed several men, Spaniards, and natives. In 1529, on the 18th of September, in the middle of the night, 8 great canoes of Carib entered the bay or harbor of San Juan. They were where they killed 3 Negroes. You see? Then it says on the bottom, after being captured, killing several men and women and carrying 25 Negroes. Supposedly they were going to eat them after. So these natives were being distinct from these so-called Negroes. The Aborigines of Puerto Rico. That's a book. You can look it up. The Aborigines of Puerto Rico. So this is for my Taino brothers. Like, you guys didn't look like no Africans, dude. This is from Crania Americana, debunking copper colored skin. I've read it so many times. I just want you guys to take a picture of it. Just take a picture of it. It debunks it. It literally says that no, they're more cinnamon color. We're not copper colored. You can't describe us as copper colored. Matter of fact, you can describe more of that to other people, meaning Africa or Africans. Travel in the valley of Mississippi. I guess that's what it is. So here we see the mane of a lion, like cinnamon, kind of brownish, right? Okay. See. Also, for you guys that read the Bible, when you see a goat, see they say like wool, like a goat, like a sheep, like wool, like a sheep's wool. Well, this is a sheep and it has wool, but it ain't curly. What are we talking about? Let me see if this is there was some I just wanted to get through. Oh, here it goes. Man, I wish I knew what book this was, fam. I don't have it, but I want to read it to you. It says here, their natural complexion is a copper color or orange tawny, like cinnamon brown, like lion's mane. Their eyebrows are naturally black as jet. They use no art to deepen the color either of their eyebrows or the hair of their head, but they dub it with oil to make it shine. For like other Indians, they anoint themselves all over, whether for beauty, to make the skin smooth and sleek, or to supple it and keep it from parching, meaning like, sunburn, and you get a sunburn. Your skin starts peeling and shit, and it hurts if you don't oil it. Or to hinder too much precipitation in the hot country. I know not. It says, there is one complexion so singular among a sort of people in this country that I never saw nor heard of any like them in any part of the world. The account will seem strange, but any privateer who have gone over the Isthmus might have seen them and can attest the main of what I am going to relate, though few have the opportunity of so particular in information about these people as I have. They are white, and they are of them of both sexes. Yet there are but few of them in comparison of the copper colored, possibly but 1 or 2 of 300. They differ from other Indians chiefly in respect of color. So not because the way they look, just the skin tone, though not in that only. Their skins are not of such a white as those of fair people among Europeans, with some tincture of a blush or sanguine complexion. Neither yet is their complexion like that of our paler people, but this rather a milk white, lighter than the color of any European, and much like that of the white horse. See what I'm saying? For there is this further remarkable in them, that their bodies are beset all over, more or less with a fine short milk white down, which adds to the whiteness of their skin, for they are not so thick set with this down, especially on the cheek and forehead. But the skin appears distinct. I don't know what. So anyways, remember I showed you this picture here? And remember this picture with Samuel Morton debunks the whole copper color and how it's more like cinnamon, nearest approach to it, right? Still not accurate. Okay. This is what he's talking about, cinnamon. This is a lion's mane, okay? The skin tone. Like my skin tone in the summer would be like this. Brown, like, you know what I mean? It would be like that, okay? So now check this out. This is from a book I have in Spanish. I have it in English too. But it says here, era esta gente de mediana estatura, bien proporcionados, las caras no muy hermosas por tenerlas anchas,
el color de la carne que tira a rubia como los pelos de león. And it says here, de manera que hacer y andar vestidos serían poco menos blancos que nosotros. So it says that, you know, if it wasn't because they are wearing clothes, we would probably be not that lighter skinned than they. So a lot of our people were not necessarily dark skinned. Most of the time, like it says here, we would use bear grease to protect us from, you know, blisters or blistering. And again, what is the narrative here? We went through a lot of material, family, lots of it. I gave you historical backgrounds, purpose, meaning, debunking so-called truth. This is fake bullshit here. And we've seen Diodorus Siculus confirm that. So when you go into our history, you better know what you're talking about. Because to me, it's like you're trying to take food away from the plate of our children. Why do I say that? Well, what heritage or history can I give them if you motherfuckers are trying to steal it? Right. If I work hard for my family and I find out you're stealing our food, it's no different than you trying to steal our heritage. It's no different. Let me see if I can get to a certain point here. Hold on a second. It's like, what are we doing?
All right, let's dive into this, man. This is a topic I find very interesting.
We're not from Africa, we are natives. This our land, we are known by the slave ships. We're not from Africa, we indigenous. I need you to listen, I need you to be getting this. We not black, we not black. Know your story, family history, that's stats. We not black, that's a curse. Let's put the curse to rest and be blessed, yes.
Is this not sign?
I love the part where she says, "We not black, we not black." Hell no, we not black.
Okay. All right, let's see. I started talking about reparations, which I started doing that last year.
He truly believes that black people are the real Native Americans.
Hey, brother, you are African, brother. You lost your African mind, brother. Come back to Africa, brother. And I asked him, motherfucker, have you ever been to Africa? They say no, but it's the motherland. I say, why your ass ain't never been there? Well, I don't know. I'm like, get your delusional ass on. See these people right here?
That's a silly argument.
Who do they look like? Don't they look like me and you?
Okay.
You see how they have afros and braids, just like me and you?
Okay.
These are the indigenous people of Colombia, America, Costa Rica, Mexico, Canada, Brazil, and the entire Bahamas.
Okay. You're just making statements, though.
Just a...
And I gotta say this. We not black. We not black. Hold on. We ain't black.
Somos un ejército cautivo esperando la señal pa' comerme al enemigo. Huitzilopochtli, dime si es rival o amigo. Que del ejército mexica tus guerreros siguen vivos.
But we ain't black. Nah, hell nah. We ain't black.
Quick question. If we were actually the Native Americans, what would that change? Not a damn thing. We still facing systemic racism. We still having problems in the community, and y'all worrying about being
always trying to explain.
It is okay to have African descent.
And I'm not going to be around here trying to explain who we are, what we are. Y'all already know who we are. Y'all always trying to, key in with y'all slave masters so y'all can jump into our spot. You can't get our spot. Y'all never will be like us.
Y'all be too grown believing in this bullshit, man. You about 50 years old, you got grandkids. This man that went on AliExpress and bought a Native American costume. What are we doing? I hate bringing up other races and how they perceive us, but man, this is a bad motherfucking look.
It is an insult. We're the Native Americans here. Instead of being called African American, what would you prefer?
Native American. Because we are the natives here. And they've gotten us to believe that we're from somewhere else.
How about the...
I mean, the genetics, bro. Just go do the DNA test. See who you...
Is a motherfucking truth. I had to play that video, man. I had to play the video because, you know what I mean? It's just the way, I mean, sometimes it's just kind of pathetic in the things that they say. So, remember I told you guys that I had some videos to finish with and a couple of things and then we out? Because like, you know, I said it before, bro. I said it before, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to, I started early today because I wanted to check out some of the other brothers' channels, man. They got some tough stuff going on, so I didn't want to miss it. Hold on. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, let's start up here, and then we're going to almost finish it. Oh, that's right. What up, VTC? What up, brother? Good to have you here, dude. By the way, Redemption, I don't know what the hell you mean by that. Good evening. I am the Nai. I can tell you that in the stories of the ancestors of the Four Corners, there were never Africans or tribes. The first they saw was the Spaniards. Oh, okay. My bad. I misunderstood you. You're right. That's true. Very true. I said, brother, have you read the diary of the Spanish priest Bartolomé de las Casas of what's the devil did to us? Yeah, you can reference American Holocaust. Matter of fact, American Holocaust will kind of summarize a lot of the other books that I bring out a lot, like, because that book is heavy duty, bro. American Holocaust is really where you see when they walk into our town, Tenochtitlan, and they see the beauty and that magnificence and the ability of our people and the organization and the cleanness and the structure and the subtle government that we manage ourselves by, because the way that we function is through a communal society. Like we don't have this capitalistic concept where I have to get one over you. No. We're all here. There's enough for everybody. You know, and we are considerate like that. Now, some people take that, oh, that's communism, socialism, whatever you call that. But in our gente, I know exactly what that's like because that's the way I live within my family, not just my household, with my suegras and my brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Like, that's how I see it. We share. And their kids, we watch over them. God forbid anything happens to them. I will take care of them, and I hope that they feel the same way. If God forbid something happened to me, they can take care of my kids the same way. And that's a communal society. And east side, west, right. Hold on a second. What the hell happened on my live, dude? Hold on a second, fam. My shit froze. You messing with me. Damn, dog. Hold on, family. Something just twitching on my computer. Give me a moment. It's crazy. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, okay. Something was twitching on my computer. Okay, so SOS Writer says, my dad got 13 brothers and 12 sisters, all same grandparents, and they all go from light, new, brown, and darker. I've always tripped on why my fam got all different complexions, but the same type of features. Yeah, that's right. I'm the last one out of 10. And then here's the deal. My oldest brother, he's about 6'1", right? Very moreno, you know, we call him Chato, right? And I'm from Guadalajara, Colonia Miravalle. So like that area where I'm from, if you really actually do the history on that colonia, it's pretty crazy. But it's Colonia Miravalle. And, you know, you have like generational people growing up. Like my brothers, he's 67 now, I think. So you know what I'm saying? So it's like he's about 20 years older than me. So he's at 68, 69, something like that. So, you know, it was very like generational. So like, you know, you get him, he's like the big, you know, dark Mexican and shit. And you get my brother Miguel, who's like light skinned like me. Then you get my other brother below him, and he's more like morenillo. Then you get Jaime, and he's very dark skinned, and he kind of looks a little Asian and shit. And then you get my brother Carlin and myself. You know what I mean? So it's like it varies. And you know what's the beautiful part is my first son and my wife. She's Raza, right? And my first son, he had blonde hair, curly hair. Some people thought he was mixed and shit, right? And he's not. He's like full Raza. But then my other kids, my daughter, she has light brown hair but dark, like tan skin. And then my younger son, he has dark hair, light skin. And then my younger daughter is kind of like him, but not as dark. So it's like, dude, we get a variety. That's why this whole nonsense that the Spaniards came and they
made us lighter and all that. Fuck no. If you really look at history, the Spaniards that first came weren't even fucking light skinned for the most part. They're fucking dark. You know what I'm saying? They had tans and shit. So it's like, okay, make it make sense, family. Let's see. We are the original people from Shem Anahuac. Water as our people from Nahuatl called it. Yeah, for sure, bro. Let me see. Let me skip that. Skip that. Hey, what up, Marvelous? Good to have you here, brother. Good to have you here, man. Matter of fact, I was saying it before I started my live. Like, I wanted to start early because I wanted to check out your live and shit. Because I know you're gonna play some music and stuff. I love music, bro. Like, oh fuck. I think that's like the best way to like unite the gente and shit. Because I believe now it's the time for unity. Like, that shit is the most perfect time right now to come together as a people. A little differences in understanding, that's fine, it's okay. None of us really know the full understanding. I think all of us are just a piece of the puzzle, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that's why. And I don't know, honestly, man, I've been live since, let's see, 4-ish and shit. So I was trying to catch on Streets Ain't Loyal in case he's live now, and then yours after and shit. So, you know. So I'm about to finish pretty soon, bro, but good to have you here, man. Let me see. Redemption said, these were not the first people. Okay. I got you. I think I misunderstood your first statement. So, you know, forgive me for that. These videos are funny. Yeah. We ain't black, yo. We ain't black. Hell nah. We ain't black. We don't smoke that crack. Nah. Hell nah. We don't be like that. We ain't black. We ain't... Oh, come on, bro. Stop it. I want to say this. I'm going to... Because it's kind of like this, bro. Hold on. Chihuihuis are what we call wobbles and shit. Y'all trying to steal the history and the thunder.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
So yeah, hell yeah. I love our people. And when it comes to like this particular Mexica love, that's for everybody. That's you Arawak, you Taínos. You know how I feel about you, family. So you know what I mean? Don't take it all like, oh, it's just, hell no, I don't look at it like that. See, my mom is from Guadalajara, Jalisco, and my dad is from Lagos de Moreno, also Jalisco. Hell yeah! Hold on.
Te devora la serpiente emplumada, bien picada, desquiciada el águila real. Le arrancará la cabeza a quien dañó su nopal. Somos un ejército cautivo esperando la señal pa' comerme al enemigo. Huitzilopochtli, dime si es rival o amigo, que del ejército mexica tus guerreros siguen vivos.
Because you want to know something? A lot of our people escaped to the mountains. And Guadalajara is a mountainous range. So Jalisco, Guadalajara, Michoacan, all of those regions right there, they're very mountainous, right? And then like a little bit portion of Michoacan, I think it starts like kind of ending. I'm not going to tell you I'm all like, you know, geographer, what's that? Whatever that genre is, or whatever that study is, I'm not, you know, all prone to that. But I do know that it's predominantly in Guadalajara, very mountainous and shit. If I recall, it would get about to 110, maybe 108 every summer. So for me, like hotness wasn't that bad. When I came to Oceanside Califas, I was like, dude, I fell in love with the beach. That shit, I was like, yeah. That's when I was the bomb. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Anahuac is what they call Pangea, land surrounded by water. Yeah, I guess you could say Pangea, you know, but some people, like, I think some people misunderstand that. But you know what? Like, let me go ahead and finish, because I want to make sure that I don't miss the next lives going on, bro. Because you know what? I mean, I'm, you know, I do my classes, family, but sometimes I just want to sit back and chill out, man, and, you know, listen to other people that I care about. I don't hardly listen to nobody. There's only like 3 channels that I listen to, and I just named 2 of them. And that says a lot. Listen to this. Hold on. Remember the earlier video about the guys complaining about culomiados and shit? Remember the earlier video? They're all upset and shit because Curimeo was like, this guy was teaching about us for a moment, and then all of a sudden he just kind of turned on us and shit. Well, you know, listen to this. This is funny, man. Matter of fact, I'll speed it up because, you know, they talk slow as fuck. Let's go.
And I'm not advocating any religion. I'm not ever saying we're all Hebrews, we're all Muslims. we're all Moors. I'm not saying none of that. You have to look into your personal genealogy, your personal life, and your nature. If you you feel like you're Moor and you relate to what Joel is saying, you might be a Moabite, Canaanite, like, just like Lex Vortex is calling himself a Canaanite. Maybe that is his nature. I'm not gonna fight that with him. You understand? So maybe that is his nature. That maybe he is a Canaanite. So I'm not gonna fight with him over that. You know what I mean? It's silly to actually pretend to debate with somebody who really don't do research, man. You know, like it's a waste of time. You know, and it's just like we got rude words, just insulting me, calling me a devil and stuff. It's just like a comedy to you guys. I don't know. It's like you guys like that stuff and all that. I mean, I don't care, man. If dude got issues in his head or he's bipolar or whatever, I don't know, man. That's his problem, man. I don't know him. He don't know me. But I never came at him anyway personally, so I don't know why he comes at me. But it's just, that's the kind of nature I see. I see a pattern with a lot of Moors. They all kind of act like that. So I look at it like maybe that is their nature. When you go back into scripture, you see that there's some kind of beef there between Israelites and Moabites and Canaanites. Is that just a story? Is that just a Bible story? But then I'm seeing traditions, right, written down about the Israelites, how they act and how they do in their ceremonies and stuff. And then I see it in my culture. I see it with my people. I see it, and they never call themselves Hebrews, but they're doing the exact same things that's described in that Bible. So who's the real people they're describing?
Oh, shit. Hold on a second. Oh, no, we're not done. You remember the first segment? And then the other one. Remember the book that we were showing about the complexion of Moctezuma? Remember the book regarding the complexion of Moctezuma? Okay. If you guys go back to the class, because, I don't do classes, I do seminars. And that's just the way I am. Fuck it. I don't care. I am long-winded. I'm an older man. I'm 50 years old, bro. So, I like to talk, man. Like I grew up with older people. Older people that I grew up with love to talk. So I'm just listening to all their shit that they're saying, bro. And, me, the type of kid that I would ask them more questions like, well, what does that mean? And what about that story? So I remember a lot of older people talking. And if you really pay attention and you are actually patient, you can learn a lot. And you can also learn a lot from fucking idiots.
All right. So we're right here in the Museum of Mexican History in Monterrey, Mexico. I want you to look right behind me. We got Montezuma, the king of the Aztecs. Let's see what he look like. Come on, man. Zoom in on his face. Zoom in on his face. You got that camera, man. You got it. That's a black man. Straight. Come on, man. Zoom in on his face. Zoom in on his face. You got that camera, man. You got it. That's a black man. Zoom in on his face. Zoom in on his face. You got that camera, man. You got it. That's a black man. Straight up black man. All right. So, hey, you Northern Kingdom brothers.
We just read what they actually had wrote about the man. Hold on, let me finish it.
We were black. We had the woolly hair, right? So Judah, don't get mad, man. Miss Ramos High Christ. Listen, we out here with my brother Santiago. I want you to look in here. He got the cross, Caesar Borgia, got the salt, all right?
Wait, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with, our people putting that shit down, right? But then you're putting that shit down to pick this shit up right here. What the fuck is the difference?
Santa Maria. So.
Oh, hey, sis, listen to me. By the way, good to have you here, because I've never seen you here before, so thank you for posting for the first time. He said, what? Hold on a second, hold on.
That's gonna hurt!
Let's say you're like laughing my ass off, like, get this a la verga. Wait, hold on, listen.
Come on, man. All right. So we're right here in the Museum of Mexican History in Monterrey, Mexico. I want you to look right behind me. We got Montezuma, the king of the Aztecs. Let's see what he look like. Come on, man. Zoom in on his face. Zoom in on his face. You got that camera, man. You got it. That's a black man. Straight up black man. All right. So, hey, you Northern Kingdom brothers, we were black. We had the woolly hair, right? So Judah, don't get mad, man. Miss Ramos High Christ.
Listen, that's why I was asking people, man, are you trying to say we came out of the nutsack of a negro?
preached 10 commandments, but broke every scroll.
I'm sorry, brother. Look, listen, you can come out of the nutsack to anybody that you fucking want. I'm not going to come out of the nutsack to nobody else but my forefathers. My father, my great-grandfather, my great-great-great-great-grandfather. And based on what I have finding, I am not related to those people. So if that means we're not the same gente, then we're not the same gente. But you want to know something that we've been proving? And by the way, I can also prove with my DNA that I'm more related to those Hebrews in the Bible than even you two. It's fucking ridiculous. But anyway, let's continue because this, I don't disagree with putting down that Christian bullshit. I'm gonna tell you why, family. Because this next class that I got coming up, it's gonna be heavy duty right here. This next class is going to be heavy duty, fam. Oh, I don't have it here. Hold on, let me show you. Hold on. Before I move on, because I actually did the thumbnail from my laptop. Hold on. Let me see it real quick. This class right here. I'm going to do it Friday at 5 p.m., maybe 6 p.m., okay? Double-headed psyops. And I'm telling you, fam, don't miss this one, okay? Because I'm going to show you how Christmas Christianity, Judaism, the way that they teach it, is that double head. I'm going to show you with historical books, and we're going to break down the Bible as well that day. So please do not forget what this means right here. It ain't no fucking different. It's just a darker shade of brown.
Come on, man. All right. So we right here in the Museum of Mexican History in Monterrey, Mexico. I want you to look right behind me. We got Montezuma, the king of the Aztecs. Let's see what he look like. Come on, man. Zoom in on his face. Now you got that camera, man. You got it. That's a black man, straight up black man. All right. So hey, you Northern Kingdom brothers, we were black. We had the woolly hair, all right? So Judah, don't get mad, man. Ms. Ramos High Christ. Listen, we out here with my brother Santiago. I want you to look in here. He got the cross, Caesar Borgia, got the salt, all right, that Santa Maria. So, our people out here repenting in Mexico. We're in Monterrey, Mexico. Our people taking heed to the word. We're out here with the flyer. He let us break down the scriptures, who Esau was, what Christ looked like, what happened to us in slavery, what tribe. He understands his tribe now. Very humble man. He's 85 years old. He told us that he really appreciates us coming to his barbershop. And the crazy part is we didn't have him in the list. This wasn't the barbershop we were going to go to. But the Lord brought us this way. The soldier saw him. He asked me, hey, can we go over there and ask him? We asked him. He's very humble, and he let us in. And we've seen him.
Now, for you guys that see the thumbs up, I'm not thumbing up this fucking camp here. Okay? I'm thumbing up the brother's channel. Now, in case you guys don't know, I actually did go through this camp. I studied with these people. So there's not much that they can really say to me that I don't really know about, fam. That's why they never mention my name. There's absolutely no BHI channel, no FBA channel, no WABO channel, no ABO channel. There's no channel that really even says nothing about my shit. Ever. Man, Fopi gave up like a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? And that was the easiest one to destroy. And they knew that. That's why they never stepped up to the game. But this right here, I understand their logic, their teaching. I really know their background. I know exactly how they study. So for me, dude, if I just had a chance to debate them, seriously, if I had the chance to debate them, as a national, like let's say me over there and them over there, bro, it'd be over, fam. It'd be over. That's why they don't mess with this channel, because there's too much information here. That FBA shit is crazy, bro. Like, it's totally crazy. And by the way, let me say hi to some people, because I've seen you guys here maybe once or twice. but some of y'all are posting and you're kind of newer. So let me say what's up to you. So don't think I'm leaving you out. Queen Mo Savvy, good to have you. Well, it sounds like you're a dude. It says, I don't know, maybe. I assumed it. But it says, is that why the hairs on my huevos are nappy? Do you know what's so funny, bro? I'll bet you that that's what he thought. I'll bet you that that's what he thought. Somebody told him that. That night he took a shower and he saw his, my kids call them tenders, you know, and he saw his tenders down there. And he says, you know what? You're probably right, Holmes. My hair is just like theirs. Man, that is just wrong, bro. We should not be thinking that low, bro. There has to be a standard of of requirements of being human, man. It's like the sister said, dang, hold on. It's funny. Oh, this is too crazy and shit. This is too crazy. Hold on, let me see. Hey, what up, bro? I haven't seen you here in a bit. That is good. Said, we are called river crossers in most negative way with words. If I get yeah, you're right. No, but that's, you know what? That's technically our fault, man. Because again, we allowed our standards to get less and less and less and less. Let's see. Yahweh Bahashim Yahushai. Good to have you here, bro. That FBA shit is crazy. Fuck yeah, it's crazy. Let me see. Some of them really have ties, but you can tell it's far right, Republican, Nazi. No, not Republican, Nazi. It's Khazar funded. That's why the class that I'm showing on Friday is going to actually connect that. You know, I'm glad you said that because they're really funding this whole hatred towards our people. They are the ones funding it. Look, I'll show you, bro. A lot of our gente don't realize, man, that they're not attacking nobody else but our gente. They're bombing those Palestinians over there for a purpose. They're bombing those Palestinians over there to show us what's going to happen over here. And I know when I tell gente, nah, that's not true. You know, they're like, they hate other raza. Nah, bro. They hate you guys.
Es un criminal sionista, lo digo abiertamente, él apoyó a Trump y es íntimo de Netanyahu. Entonces, cuando llegó Netanyahu a Dallas, Texas, que había un grupo de judíos israelíes, no sé cómo se diga ya eso, le decían, oye, ¿por qué persigues tanto a los palestinos? Y les dice, los palestinos son para nosotros los israelíes lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes en Estados Unidos.
So they're not looking for anybody else but our people. And this right here is psyops as a motherfucker right here. This is a psyops ass. Hey, listen, you know what? The first Jesus that showed up, maybe that didn't work. You know, the Virgin Mary that Sumaraka gave you, maybe that didn't work. Maybe we'll just give you a dark-skinned one. That'll probably make a little bit more sense. Would that just be a little bit better? And then they created history supposedly saying that we struggled with other people. But then when we look back at our history and we look at it wait a minute, hold on a second. We haven't been struggling with you guys the same way. That's not true. Now, I understand maybe y'all have struggled, but not the same way. Hold on a second. Mama, I don't remember. Not the same way, for sure, without a doubt. Not the same way. Let me see what this guy said. You niggas look just like them African niggas on the other side of the ocean. I don't go around naming people that, but I don't know if you're talking to us or them. But anyways, no, I agree with, yeah, you're right. The Wabos look just like them. It's just kind of weird, man. You know, it's just kind of weird to me, bro. It's just kind of weird to me. What time is it? 7:18. But I'm not going to lie. I would believe what they would speak, like Sakari, all of them. But what you are teaching makes more sense. You know what? It's not even about me teaching that makes more sense. It's all I'm doing, bro, is I'm showing you guys what I'm reading. That's it. That's all I'm doing. I'm not adding more to the, I like to cook, right? You know, I like to cook and shit. And I got really good seasoning. So I don't
And I'm not
add more to the seasoning. I cook it just right. You get what I'm saying? Like, I show it to you the way it's supposed to be presented with no, like, extra sauce, or extra flavor, or, like lying. We don't have to lie. That's the thing, family. Like, we totally do not have to lie. And I truly believe, and I was showing this book earlier in the class, but I truly believe that they hate y'all and they want this because of this shit right here. A Study in the Hebrew and Indian Language by Thomas Brookbank. Now, I know some of you Rasa barely don't agree with this, but you know what, dude? You have to start looking at your history, and all you got to do is just read, bro. And listen, you don't have to believe me 100%, but I'm going to say this to you. I'd rather be God's favorite son than God's not favorite son. In this book, it talks about the similarities between the Hebrew and the Indian language. So, like, for example, the word, like this word right here. Hold on, my computer's acting funny, fam. I think it's more of like, I kind of know what's going on. Hold on, let me close this fucking window over here, because that shit is pissing me off, bro. Maybe that's the devil on the side. All right, so check this out. Like, Indian, it says karuk in Indian speech means up. Yuruk pe sik or po lik. Hebrew pe po karuk. Karuk. Pe po karuk. Karuk. Right? You guys can download the book. I show you sources. I don't hide shit from you. It says here Cholultek, right? And in Hebrew is Choli, Shalash. Indian, Shalkash. In Hebrew, Shali or Shal. Indian, Yucatan, Yucatan. That's, a matter of fact, the name of one of the brothers of Shem, or descendants of Shem. You understand that? Yucatan or Yucatan. Yucatan. Okay? Ba'alam means Lord. Now, the way that they explain it, they're like, no, it means something else. But then eventually they say that it's basically like a god. So that's why they have Ba'alam Kitse, Ba'alam Agab, Aki al-Balam, and then Ba'alam Akab as well. I showed you guys another book that references that information. See, Ba'alam means supposedly something else, but then here at the bottom, it talks about that it's, it's like a god. The word Teshuke or Mushshani, Teshuka or Shana, Katun, Katan, Katon. See this? Sap Bay, Sakal Bay, Shaka, Shakili, Shak or Sha'ak, Shakak, Heleminwis. Olam in Hebrew is age everlasting. I don't know, whatever. And it says Maya in Indian, Mayim. Bali, Balo, like literally you can go through this book and you can actually you yourself can go through this and determine it. I'm not here to convince you. I'm just here to show you. And that's why people don't show up to this channel and try to convince me or debunk me, because they know they cannot fuck with me. I don't have a weak spirit. I know who I am. Y'all should have destroyed me like 8 years ago. You should have came to this channel in 2022 and embarrassed me when I really didn't know this much. But you thought he's a joke. He's nobody. He ain't going to teach nothing. That's what you said. You BHS told me that. You said, yeah, your channel's stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. Nah, no one's going to believe you. You're right. Maybe that was the case. But now, how come you guys don't actually prove me wrong? You see, our people have been missing this information for so long. For so long. That I just wonder why if we really are not that dangerous, why take it away from us? You know what I'm saying? Is it safe to call ourselves Chicano? Just don't want. Nah, bro. Of course, man. We're Mexicas, man. That's where the original name comes from. Mexicano. You just wanted to trim it, bro. That's it. We ain't no different. Mexicanos, Chicano, we're all the same. Meshi meaning anointed. Meshiach. Like this. Watch this. Watch this.
MESHIACHA.
That means anointed. Do you see what I mean? So don't let simple words separate our people. Right now, at this moment is where we have to have unity and straight, just like some humility, man. Like, cause I don't know everything, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna try to act like, fuck no, bro. I have a lot to learn, and I learn from people. I love listening to people, man. Especially people that actually make sense. Especially people that want to create unity. I ain't wanting no division, bro. I'm tired of fighting with people. Like, I get nothing from you. Like, you know, Kakasha shows up to our channel like, what's up? Hit the link. You're a punk. Like, for what? What are we going to talk about? About how much you dislike me? I don't dislike you. I just don't want a friendship with you. I don't dislike you. I just don't want a friendship with you. You, however, want to hit the link and say, I don't like you. You're with this. What the fuck do you get? If that's going to feed you, if you insulting or disliking me and letting the world know how much that's about, then it's not about me. It's not about our people. It's about you. You want to relieve that stress over your fucking spirit. I'm not here for that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? We're not doing that no more, bro. That shit is over, man. We all have to raise our standards. Queen Sabi, yep, I love to hear him speak on our people history. Oh, I appreciate that, sis. I didn't even know that. I was just catching and seeing. Because I'm almost done. Let's see. We need to educate the brown and on the laws, teachings our kids about credit, home ownership, the Second Amendment, and all the amendments of the truth of history. Well, I could tell you that I would stop onto the whole home ownership stuff, because the Second Amendment these people, dude, they have like sonic booms, fucking guns and shit. Your AK-47 won't matter if it's really time for them to blow you up. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you could do what you want, because, you know, I believe in it and I carry it, so it's all good, but I don't emphasize it. At least not on this channel. Trump knows who we are. That's why they're trying to get rid of us. Fuck yeah, of course. It's hard to categorize people because there's been plenty of people who have migrated to other countries or lands. There's really deep multicultural. Okay. I see what you mean. Let's see, putting your faith in the Constitution, you can believe in it if you want. Yeah, that's right. And it's like, how are you going to trust your enemies? Like, I can't trust them. Because if you really understand the actual Constitution, who wrote it in 1776, there were Freemasons practicing Kabbalah, doing the same shit that you see the elite is getting caught on for right now. You know, the stuff that the pedophile, all that stuff they're getting caught for? In 1776, the people that wrote the Constitution were Freemasons, and they believe in the Talmud, and they studied the Kabbalah, and they believe in the Sifra. So it's kind of hard to really think that government's really for our benefit. No offense. Let's see. Imagine, let's ditch. I used to do that BS a lot in school. Let's see. Let's see. What did you say? Not the Constitution, but learning its laws for its. Oh, yeah, you're right. I get that. I think what you talk about structure. I think that makes more sense. Hit the hearts, chat. Oh, hit the likes. Well, maybe the hearts help. I don't know how that works. Let's see. Many brown people get in trouble with the courts, not truly knowing your rights. Yeah, matter of fact, I think if I'm not mistaken. All right. It's funny she got her. Hey, not mistaken. I have a brother that actually knows what he talked about it a lot. Right? And he said regarding the Uniform Commercial Code and regarding our rights as a sovereign citizen, and you have to know that, you know, there's like the laws of the water, laws of the land, and I heard Marvelous talk about that. That's not my cup of tea. I do know it from a business perspective because I worked in that industry, but it's not my cup of tea to teach it. I do agree that a lot of us do not know the way the court system works. There is such a thing as the laws of the water and the laws of the land. And if you don't know the difference, yeah, it can get you. So maybe we need more educated men that can actually teach that thoroughly. You know what I mean? No, that's funny. So let's see. So there has to be a connection within the linguistics and the indigenous people like other people. Yeah, of course. That's why I believe in the migration. I think humanity just migrates. It's not uncommon for people not to migrate. It's just a common thing. We migrate. People migrate no matter what. Let me see. I don't know. You guys are probably talking about something between you two. Let me see. I just want to skip the word. I don't know what word you talk about. I don't want to sound off, but Mexica doing it good. That's right. No weaklings in here with. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'm hitting the party hats. Oh yeah. You should. Okay. Let's see. Ordo out of chaos. Ordo out of chaos. They want our people dumb as rocks. You know, it's interesting you say that about chaos, because if you actually understand the way that Edom or Esau or who they are, you have to look at their deity. Their deity is called Odin, sometimes Wooden or Wutan, which is sometimes known as Gat, G-E-A-T, or Gatur, G-A-U-T-R. The R is not in front of a T, it's after it. Or better known as Kos, K-O-S, or if you find it on, Google, just type in Kos, K-O-Q-O-S, that's Kos or Kauz, the deity of the Edomites. So when you say they work out of chaos, it's like the book Propaganda from Bernays. He talks about organized chaos. So it's the way that Esau functions. They cause chaos. Well, they study. It's funny, man. They're fucking devilish. They study chaos and learn how to control it. It's really weird shit. Let's see. Blacks believe they're a special race and are chosen God. They believe they're superior. Yeah, well, the Bible doesn't say that. Take it. It doesn't say that. It contradicts everything they're talking about. Deuteronomy 4:38 even says it and emphasizes it. It says here, to drive out nations before thee greater than thee and mightier than thou art. To drive out nations from before thee greater and mightier than thou art. If they believe there was a superior race, then that's not who they're talking about. The Most High didn't pick Israelites because they were superior. He picked them because he felt sorry for them. I mean, I don't understand that. What? They say that the only reason Mexican girls mess with them is because Mexicans have little peepees. I see what you're about. See, I was kind of cautious about you. Matter of fact, you can do a simple Google and they'll tell you exactly how they measured men all around the country, and Mexico doesn't have little wieners. But now I know where you're writing with your spirit. I was waiting for you to do that. It's only a matter of time. I don't know, man. I don't know. Listen, at this point, I'm going to kind of like pause the reading because let's see what occurs at this moment. I mean, why would you even fucking ask me that question? You know what I'm saying? Like, where the hell is your mind at? Why would you even fucking bring that shit up? Like, for real? Are we watching some porn shit, measuring people's wieners and shit? That's why you got to be mindful, family, is who's watching and who's saying and who's posting. Redemption, what nationality are you? What nationality are you? Redemption, snare. What nationality are you? And you know what? It doesn't even matter, dog. Y'all can have the fucking rod, homie. I mean, it's just fucking silly that. Why would you bring that up? I don't understand that.
Que alguien me explique.
It's funny, bro.
Are you?
That's kind of weird, bro. Like, it's like saying that's why they keep trying to wipe up Mexican women because they stretch out their black women's. But really? Wow. I don't know. Let's see. We got a new person here. How you doing, bro? Israelites scattered abroad. Just to clarify, is this a message against the Black American community? I don't know. Have you been watching the video or not? Or you just showed up and tried to figure it out? Wait, hold on a second. Redemption, do me a favor. Because you're kind of new here and shit. And you know what? There's something that a lot of gente doesn't know, and brothers that I talk to know what I'm talking about. Like, I tend to discern people. You get what I mean? By the stuff that you say. And even though I'm going through my stuff, I still pay attention to the stuff people say. So I was paying attention to the stuff that you were saying, Redemption, and I was kind of saying, okay, sounds good, whatever. But then you made a comment and something about that right there. And then see, we've never been talking about that at all. In this channel, it has nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, now I'm kind of curious about you. So I'm trying to wonder, like, what nationality are you? Like, what race? Are you white? Are you so-called African American from Africa? Like, are you Asian? Are you Arab? Like, because that was weird, bro. We're just, that's a different spirit that you're moving on. I think you should answer that. Anyways, and this is why I keep saying, bro, like this, he didn't pick y'all because you were the greatest. He felt sorry for you. So anyways, it's 7:36, fam. I'm going to be done. Let me finish it with this. The brother had said that, I don't know, Bear. You know what? I thought it was interesting.
Race went from
I thought it was interesting, so I'm gonna give it a play, and then after this, we done. All right. I would invite y'all because I think Marvelous has a live at 8 o'clock, and he's gonna be playing some music and stuff like that. So I kind of want to check it out too, fam. I'm all about trying to show some love and unity to our people, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. You see, the natives were fooled into fake treaties because they were not educated, hence putting them in reservation. See, so you're not our people. It's kind of weird, man. You guys are easily noticeable. Nah, I don't even think he's not a native, brother. He's not our people, dog. He's not our people and shit. You could tell with the way they talk. Scatter's still confused. I'm trying to figure it out. I just came to the video and saw jokes being made against Black Americans. You mean the Negro conquistadors that came with a white man since 1492? That one? I see. You believe in the 12-tribe chart, right? You believe in that shit. Like Judah, Benjamin, and Ephraim, and, everybody else, and then the donkeys on the bottom. That's what you believe in. Yeah, we thoroughly debunked that shit a long time ago, and nobody seems to debunk me on that. So, yeah. If somebody made a joke about them, it's because we don't believe that there are people at all. And I made that very clear. And it's kind of hard to, believe everybody else's shit because I'm still waiting for somebody to debunk me on it. And they haven't. That's the sad part. Because they sure as hell teach that shit around all the camps and all the rooms, but they don't ever actually say, hey, you know what? You're my brother and you're wrong and I'm gonna correct you. No, not at all. Not at all. They reference shit that I say, but they never actually say shit to me. So just saying. What up, Sis? Good to have you here. Hold on.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
See, so here we go. See, I told you, family, it's just a matter of time. Look, Europeans only were able to conquer because they knew natives knew nothing about these treaties. Bro, shut the fuck up, man. Matter of fact, look, listen, Redemption. you really are embarrassing yourself because everybody sees your passive aggressive nature. You came in here being all cool and shit, and all of a sudden you kind of like give yourself up. Well, then stop talking like that because it doesn't sound like it. Hey, listen, you can call yourself a Navajo, but you can still be a fucking $5 Indian. Let's go, fam. I'm trying to finish and trying to catch the next lives that are coming up. I would invite you guys to catch them too, man. Just show up, say what's up, and show love to the family, man.
To red, to yellow, to black, to white. Let's run this again. Your skin, your race, skin color went from green to red. It's the Native Americans, the Egyptians, and the Mayans. To yellow, which are your Asians. To black, which are African and Afro-Americans. To white. Your white races were then considered to be genetically the weakest. In your linear time of third density measurement of 439,231 rotations ago, war on a grave scale occurred in your solar system. This aggression occurred against those on your worlds that included not only you Terrans, but also those of Nibiru. This invasion of your system by Orion was led by a queen named Suti. This war was destructive on many levels and frequencies of physicality. We will focus tonight on your Terran physical form. It matters little to those who hear you, Alex, who do not listen. Please share this regardless of any emotional return to you in challenge. When your science truly removes their bigotry, they will discover of the wisdom of it. The last grave conflict was very harmful to your physical form. Many weapons of destruction, many of atom splitting have been used, which means nuclear weapons.
Hold on. Let me pause this right here. Why do you guys teach is Deuteronomy 28 is about in terms of slave ships? That's the only scripture you guys go to. That's it. Okay, let me show you something real quick. Because you're here to defend them and shit. And I totally think that's fucking debunked all day, every day. And you can bring me your captain, your leader, whoever the fuck it is, and I will embarrass them real easy. Because guess what? Here, I'll say it like this. Matter of fact, I'm gonna use you as an example. And don't get offended when I completely decimate your shit, okay? Because a lot of times our people are just tired of hearing bullshit. You guys go into Deuteronomy 28:68 and says, the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. Then you go to Exodus to prove that Egypt is the land of bondage. Okay? By the way, whereof I spake unto thee, and thou shalt see it no more again, and there thou shalt be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, supposedly the movie showed you guys were on slave ships. On slave ships, as slaves since 1619. A total fucking lie, by the way, but just let me just remind you. So now let's go to Deuteronomy 28:27. But whenever I say this to y'all, then all of a sudden, you say, nah, that didn't happen in this slavery. Deuteronomy 28:27. The Lord will smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emeralds, and with the scab, and with the itch whereof thou cannot be healed. When did that happen to Africans here? When did black people get smallpox here in the Americas? I know ours was ships around the world from so-called America. I just want to know how you break it down. Nah, we didn't go on no ships around America. At all. Whatsoever. Zero. Matter of fact, this is the only and the first channel that actually taught since 2022 that we migrated a completely different way. And I have documentation and books and even biblical references to cover it. So, but hold on, before you ignore me though, man, because like, yeah, you said the ships and shit. Okay, so when did Africans from Africa who came here on slavery get smallpox and die and decimated themselves here with us. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to wonder and shit.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Okay, so here's another one. I'll give you another one. Yeah, we even go closer to 68. We'll go to verse 64 because, again, you're going to say that shit too because that's what they teach you in these BHI camps. Deuteronomy 20:64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the end of the earth and even into another, right? That's, you see, we black folks were taken everywhere, blah, blah, blah. Sounds good. But hold on a second. Y'all say you ruled Europe for 700 fucking years. That means you knew their language and you knew their customs and you knew their religion. So now here we go. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. So how can you rule Europe, then leave in 1492, supposedly to Africa, then get enslaved through indentured servitude, and then say all of a sudden that your fathers never knew these motherfuckers? Hold on a second. I'm not done. Verse 36, because it makes even more reference. The Lord shall bring thee and thy kings where thou shalt set over thee. Hold on. I don't even care about that. This point. Unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, and there thou shalt serve other gods. So basically, this tells me that you, so-called African Americans, should have never known the white man, should have never known his language, should have never spoken Spanish, should have never helped him conquering these lands, should have never brought smallpox. No, y'all should have been just like us that did not know these dirty bastards, and they just showed up out of nowhere. But no, you guys been having that relationship for a long time. Spain and Africa is like a skip and a hop away. It's only like 50 miles away, bro. By the way, to remind you, because in this verse it says here, the Lord shall bring thee, verse 49, against a nation. The Lord shall bring a nation against you from far. Africa and Spain are not far from each other. From the end of the earth, Africa and Spain are not separate from the end of the earth. As swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. If you didn't know this man, I could understand that. But you say it yourselves, you rule the white man in Europe. See? You can't say that. Some tribes went through Deuteronomy 28 different than others. No, you can't fucking say that because you even go, your camps go to Daniel. Yeah, no, see, you can't do that. No, fuck no. You're not going to get away with that bullshit here in this fucking channel here. Because your camps go and say this shit right here. Yea, Daniel 9:11. Yea, all Israel has transgressed thy law, even by departing, that they might not obey thy voice. Therefore, the curse is poured upon us, and the oath that is written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, because we have sinned against him. And he hath confirmed his words, which he spoke against us and against our judges that judge us by bringing upon us a great evil. For under the whole heaven had not been done as it had been done on Jerusalem. You use this verse and say, we had the worst in slavery. You want to say that supposedly like, oh no, we all went through different times, different fucking slaveries, different curses. Now fuck though. If you're saying this is the worst slavery and you go to Daniel 9, 10, 11, and 12 to say that this justifies the worst slavery because you say that the fourth beast, which is this Babylon, took all of those curses and put them all into one. Now all of a sudden it says, nah, hell no, bro. Nah, you see, some black folks didn't really fucking get, smallpox. They got smallpox. When the fuck did they get smallpox? They didn't get smallpox in 70 AD, bro. There's no fucking history that says in 70 AD the Israelites died of smallpox. Please show me. I'm waiting right now. Hold on a second. You see, y'all don't even know this channel. Somebody sent you here and thought, this is just a random fucking guy that don't know his shit. Listen, kids, I will educate you on your own milk words. Do you understand this? You're not dealing with your General Yohana has been to my channel. He knows who the fuck I am. And all he said was, I should be is the home of the truth. That's all he said. He didn't say, come and debate my Captain Taserface. He didn't say, well, no, nothing, bro, because you guys have nothing. You have nothing. Hey, look. Not smallpox, but AIDS and HIV being scientifically created. But what? Oh, you mean like verse 60? Is that what you're saying? Like verse 60? Moreover, he will bring upon thee all these diseases of Egypt, which thou was afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. Also every sickness and every plague which is not written in the book of the law. So you saying that only black people got AIDS?
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Who are you?
I don't get it. Here, I'll give you one more. I'll give you one more. Okay? Very simple. Very simple. Verse 42, all the trees and fruits of thy land, the locust shall consume. Are you saying this is your land? The stranger that is within it shall get above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. Are you saying that they came and did that? Did you not see the actual video or the page earlier? Did you not actually notice that page? You were not paying attention, were you? See, that's the thing about you people, bro. You guys don't pay attention. Look at that right there. Just read that for a moment. You see what I told you, family? You see what I say? I'm telling you, if you guys stick around, you will learn about discernment. I knew he was going to be doing this, redemption. I knew it, fam. That's why I got with him real quick. And look, I exposed his ass. And now he's like, you guys are Spaniards. I'm telling you, bro, y'all can't lie to me, bro. Matter of fact, I'm going to do this because we got to go. I got to go. But you know what, dude? If you guys feel froggy, let's do it, bro. Let's do it for let's say, I'll give you guys 30 minutes, man. 30 minutes. Because I do want to see Marvelous is live and shit. I want to listen to the music. I had a good day today, bro. I did a successful thing for my business, bro. So I'll hang out for a bit. So come on. Here you go. Defend your people. Let's go through the scriptures. Hey, look what he says. He says right here. And he still calls you like the conquistador name. If they're genuine Latinos, you're probably Moreno, who believe they are Israelites, this is a destructive message. America's Babylon revived. We know that is Rome. It is going to be destroyed, and God is. No, he's not, bro. He's not. Here, let me show. How would he be black? Here, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example real quick. It's kind of sad, bro. It's kind of sad that you guys don't even really study. Yeah, I'll show you. It's very easy, man. This shit is easy for me, bro. Y'all don't realize how skillful I am with this stuff. But anyways, it's okay. I don't give a fuck. You think we ain't nobody, so it's all good. So he says here that, they go to Genesis 2:7, like, oh, look, he went all the way onto the ground.
Strong's H127. Adamah. Adamah.
Adamah. Adamah is a word from Naphtali. It's a city of Naphtali. And you want to know why they call it Adamah? Because that city of Naphtali generates a lot of red soil. Just like the houses that they build over there. And they call them Adami. Adami, it's not difficult to understand. Just like this.
Strong's H119. Adam. Adam.
Who are you?
Did you guys catch that? Did that not register to you, Emmanuel Cervantes Hernandez? So you came out of the nutsack of a black man. That's fine. If that's what you believe, go ahead. I didn't. Just like when people tell me, I believe in evolution. Fine. You came out, you were a monkey at one time in your life? Go ahead. Maybe you were. I'm not. I never was. It's fucking funny, dog. Like, and they don't even know about that. Matter of fact, here, redemption, or what's the other guy here? Yahweh, whatever that shit. That's not even his name, by the way. And it's not Yahweh, nor is it Yahweh. You're fucked up in the head. When have you heard of black folks eating grasshoppers here in the Americas? Nah, he was not enslaved. Do you want me to show you again? I'll show you again. Look, listen, here, I'm going to read it to you, bro. Because apparently, I don't think you read. I don't think you guys read, man. Like, so for real? Am I the only one that fucking reads? It can't be possible. Can't be possible, bro. Look at this. It says here, if not all of the first explorers and conquerors of New Spain were European, it is equally important and surprising to many of us to note that not all of the first Africans who you're trying to defend, who I think you are, because that's what you are. You're probably more likely a West African Canaanite who wants to be a Hebrew, because you're not listening. You're not even, you don't have no humility. You come here thinking you're Israelite abroad and shit, trying to teach us some shit. Now, fuck no. Listen to this history. It says, to note that not all the first Africans who insisted the Spaniards and Portuguese came as slaves. An untold number of free people of African descent, black conquistadors, born in Africa or on the Iberian Peninsula, also accompanied Spanish conquistadors, such as Hernan Cortés and Ponce de León, two of the famed explorers of the vast regions that would become modern Mexico and the western and southern regions of the United States. And as we might expect, their exploits were just as heroic and just as problematic and of those of their fellow conquistadors, meaning the white man. But far more African came with the Spanish and the Portuguese as slaves, servants with various degrees of freedom, attendants, and armed adventurers, meaning that you guys had guns, you fucking raped our daughters, you raped our women, you fucking stole our cattle, you fed us the dogs, you hung us by some trees and shit, and you burned us at the stake. You helped the white man do that, Negro. That's what you did. We have nothing in common, so fuck you and your 12-type chart. And tell your boss that I said that. While the number of African explorers is impossible to determine, they participated in some way in virtually all of the Spanish expeditions in the New World in the 16th century. These black conquistadors set an example for subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience. Y'all were just like white people. What the fuck are you talking about? Living in their daily lives with degrees of complexity that rarely would be achieved by black men and women in the early English settlements in the Caribbean and North America. Indeed, wherever Spain set its flag of conquest in the Americas, Africans, people like you, help hold the pendant. That's it. Nah, I don't get mad. No, hey, listen, I don't get mad, bro. I don't get mad. I just talk like this. I don't get mad. So what are we going to do? Are we going to ignore that? Are we just going to ignore that? No. You're not listening. Hawashai is not the way it's pronounced. It's Yoshea. It's Yoshea. Or like, let's say, for example, Hosea, right? That. And all it means technically, in case you don't want to know. You won't even believe it. So why should I even educate your ass? Let's see. What color is the Hebrew terracotta head? See, there you go. You see that? Listen, man, you don't want to go with Abraham with me. You don't want to ask me about Abraham. Matter of fact, I'll throw you a quick one. And then we got to go. Why is Abraham mentioned in the New Testament? Since you mentioned him. Why is Abraham mentioned in the New Testament? You won't be able to answer that. They want lies, sis. Look, I even invited them. I told them, bro, like fucking represent your people, man. Shit, tell your boss that like, look, boss, look what I did. I hit the link, Ak. They won't do it. They will not do it. They cannot do it. because they can't justify this shit. Y'all participated in everything the Spaniards did. That doesn't make any sense. I asked you, why is he mentioned in the New Testament? Which even that shit is flawed. And Abraham is what? He's not African. So what the fuck are you talking about? He's from the Ur of the Chaldees. Let me show you real quick before we go. Matter of fact, that's the last thing I'm going to share, and then I'm going to play a couple songs and I'm out, because I actually want to catch a homies live and shit, man. We're trying to build some family here, bro. Seriously. Trying to build some family here. Plus, I kind of like listening to music. So, yeah, I love music. Like I told you, man, I used to sing and shit when I was little. I don't do it no more. It says here, Judith 5:6, these people are descendants of the Chaldeans, and they sojourned heretofore in Mesopotamia, because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, which were in the land of Chaldea. That's not Africa. For they left the way of their ancestors and worshiped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. So they cast them out from the face of their gods, and they fled into Mesopotamia and sojourned there many days. Before they went to Canaan, they stopped in Mesopotamia after they left the Ur of the Chaldees. These are Chaldeans from the Ur of the Chaldees. You don't know the Bible, bro. Like, that's a sad shit. Hold on a second. Let me see what this guy, Emmanuel, the Mexicano, the paisa that came out of the Negro's nutsack. He says, okay, then what did the Israelites look like to go back to the what did the Israelites look like to go back to the captives that Israel had been? What are you trying to say? Yeah, Abraham is from a region founded by Nimrod and Cushites, and Nimrod and Cushites are Hamitic. Meaning Africans, but not Abraham. So you just basically proved my fucking point. Thank you very much. Listen, man, if you really want to debate this shit, bro, we can make it another day where you can actually jump in a live and we can, break it down. I won't be aggressive with you, none of that stuff. It's 801. Sorry, I won't be aggressive with you. Hold on, let me slow down. Sometimes my brain fucking goes fast. Next time we do a live, you can come on, we can talk. I don't bite, bro. You can show up and show me what you think it's right. I don't mind. But you guys never do that. You see what I mean? You show up to my channel randomly. I've never seen you before, and then you want to make fucking comments and you think I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't do that. Scriptures even say, first pay attention. I think 6 or 7. See what I'm saying? So let's finish this video real quick. I'll play some songs, then we out, fam. All right, let's go.
This is the reason for most of your Terran skin tones. We shall explain. Orion was and is most interested in the females of your race because of the procreation, reproductive, and genetic strengths. We want to share the fact that...
Hear what he said? Hold on a second. Now I can see why people want to mix with our sisters. Let's go.
This is the reason for most of your Terran skin tones. We shall explain. Orion was and is most interested in the females of your race because of the procreation, reproductive, and genetic strengths. We want to share the fact that much of your Terran history has been misleading in its truth by those who eventually conquered in control of your solar system. Nibiru won, but only a short battle, before they and other outposts were forced to leave your solar system because of genetic damage. Your original races were green-skinned. This we know because of large copper traces in your Terran 22 blood types. Also, the pituitary and thyroid were fully functional. The genetic damage to these organs was caused by radioactivity in air and all things of contact. The air was like this for a long time. It caused the genetic memory of these organs to be closed and almost atrophied. Your world experienced drastic changes in climate and massive magnetic fluctuations. Your different skin tones, races, are a result of an edema damage to your blood. It was then necessary for survival to create self-sufficient and contained environmental habitats, both above and below the earth. Now, folks, this is what the Garden of Eden was. It was an artificially created environmental habitat. Okay, it's like like what Richard Holtman's been talking about. You take a dome city, you build this dome, and then you terraform it underneath it. It's exactly what these were. Much of the fossilization of your Terran remnants is caused by this radiation of your planet. Your system contained 3 suns at the time. Only 2 remain. I'll read that again. Your system contained 3 suns at the time. Only 2 remain. Your physicality, in its original form, contained a great balance of zinc, copper, magnesium, and iron. Your true blood color was green, like your chlorophyll. Some, we have discovered, even had a gold tint in it. As such, your physicality could survive in a high carbon dioxide atmosphere. Because of this skin color green, the only stars in your system that affected your physical form were in the color spectrum of orange, red, blue, and green. Many of your Terran races were stranded on the surface. The genetic changes were the result of radiation damage. Your race went from green to red to yellow to black to white. Let's run this again. Your race, skin color went from green to red, it's the Native Americans, the Egyptians, and the Mayans, to yellow, which are Eurasians, to black, which are African and Afro-Americans, to white. Your white races were then considered to be genetically the weakest. Puts a whole new light on prejudices, doesn't it? As such, the survivors and descendants of the war were genetically altered and became white through edema. And they were persecuted and forced to live underground, only to surface 5,508 rotations ago to the surface of your world. The copper bloodline is now a small race on your planet, but it is strongest genetically. Your native red nation race is very strong and easiest to discover and understand. And folks, this might explain why there are so many abductions of the Native Americans on the reservations, and why even today they're still being persecuted. You know, because if you're a coward, you suppress the strongest. The red is the closest to your original form among you. Your physicality had a natural defense to positive and negative frequencies due to the copper mineral in your blood. This lack of copper in your blood now has caused a partial loss of brain capacity and nervous system. Remember, your DNA contains cellular memory. It is possible to unlock this memory with the use of minerals such as copper. Your blood systems adapted to iron because of copper depletion due to radiation.
You know what's so funny about what he said? Here he's like, all the sons of Noah had a melanin. And then this guy over here, this fucking idiot over here, because Emmanuel, the cuck, the Negro cuck, because he thinks he came out of the Negro nutsack. Let me show you something, dumbass. This is what you guys don't understand about history. Who is that right there? You know what those guys are called? Voladores, right? You see that? Like, that's old school shit, right? That's us right there. Now, you ever wonder where the fuck that came from, or who else does that? The Dakota natives do that. In case you didn't know that. Do you ever wonder who else does that shit? Like, who else does that? You know, like this stuff right here? Like, who else does this? Raza does this in this land. But who else does this shit? And then you're like, oh, Egyptians. No, fuck no. No. Not at all. Let me show you who does this too. You see, there's people in India that actually do this. So when we talk about a migration, some resemblance to people from other lands, you wonder why they do what we do. And how come some of these fuckfaces, thinking that there's somebody else, don't even do it? Y'all don't eat grasshoppers. Y'all don't eat tamarindo. You guys don't eat corn. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't even use wapilis. When did you Negroes wear fucking fringes, bro? Come on, man. What the hell's wrong with you? Brothers and sisters, please. Matter of fact, you know what? I was going to end it, but no, I'm going to show you this book real quick because, I think it's needed. I think it's needed. I think it's needed. I think it's needed, man. I think I need to do it. Let me see if it's this one. And then we'll, Because I want to take a little break, listen to some music. About to go chill at the Brothers channel, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how we do it. Bro. Listen, I'm not a boring guy, fam. You know, we all have lives too and shit, man. Hold on a second. Is this one? Oh, let me open it up. I thought I put it down and shit. Yeah, it is this one. Let me see if I can get it real quick. Hold on, I just want to show you this. And then we out and about. We out and about. Can't believe it, man. You guys can't even defend your shit. That's the sad part. All right, so we're going to go to page... we're going to go to just page 11. Page 11. We're going to go to page 11. We're going to debunk some funk real quick, and then we out of here. This is from a book called... Hold on, family. Oh, shit. Come on, stop it. This book called The City of the Sacred Well. All right, so now we're going to go here. We're going to go to page 11. This is for you wobbles, you fuck faces, you dumbass bastards, you BHIs that are supporting this wobble bullshit. Because by you pushing that wobble bullshit, by you pushing that BHI bullshit, you're pushing that wobble bullshit. You're saying that the first people that were here were originally black. That's what you're saying. You know what I'm talking about, bro? So it's like, come on now, bro. Let's go, bro. It says here, hold on a second. What page is it? 11. It says, not uncommonly, the Mayas are handsome with regular, delicate features. Some of the young women are very beautiful, even judged by Northern American standards. They are mature at 12 years old of age, and like the women of so many races of the tropics, they wither or grow fat at a comparatively early age. The color of the skin is about that of a good summer coat of tan, though possibly a bit more reddish in hue. Dress the average Maya in our mod and put him on any street in our country, and he would pass without comment. On closer inspection, he might be said to be of a foreign ancestry, but certainly he would not be mistaken for a West African like the Israelites scattered abroad. I don't even understand why you guys just do not pay attention, bro. Page 12. Sometimes they let their hair grow long so that it falls over their faces, and then even the hat is discarded. On Sundays, the feast days, the more fluent at least blossoms out in starched white trousers and jackets, high-heeled wooden sandals. The women customarily wear what? Huipiles. Oh, shit. You know, like that kind of shawl that has fringes on. The custom is always essentially the same. Sometimes the huipiles is ordinated and beautifully embroidered at the neck and on the sleeves. Stop it. Just stop, bro. Like, stop. Listen, if you guys really believe in that tripartite chart, somebody's right and somebody's wrong. That's what it is. It's gonna come down to that shit, and you're gonna find out that you guys are all fucked up in the head. I seen white Spaniard bitch in Mexico say Indio negros como tú. Yeah, that was a actual Argentinian, you fuckface. That was an Argentinian. You know what that is? That's called a European. I've seen white Europeans, bitch. Yeah, you're right. They call the police a negro. Que odia a los negros. You see what I'm saying? And what does that have to do with what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, for real? Like, you think I didn't know this shit? Like, for real? Bro. You see, the problem is this, man. Tell your boss at ISUPK, GMS, butt plug Sakari, or IOIC, that they're more than welcome to show up here and try to show me that I'm wrong. Just tell them to show up and show me I'm wrong. That's all you got to do. Just show me where I'm wrong. And then maybe there'll be some understanding. But until then, I'm going to fucking continue to debunk your bullshit. Good night, family.
Yeah. King. Yeah. Coming straight out of the Nile. I'ma tell you about a great big liar. Yeah, but Egyptians were not white. Them college niggas ain't right. Built the pyramid. Look at them lips. Look at them hips. That booty so round. You know that girl be brown. So you mean that we was like, whoa? We was kings and shit. Boy, you know that it is true. We was kings and shit. Nigga, what you gonna do? Ramses was black. Tutankhamun was black. Y'all know Cleo was black. Who made it into space? Nigga, that was the black race. You're welcome. They're covering it up in the books. Bunch of cracker-ass crooks. Tell it again. You can even go out of Egypt. Find out who the real chosen people. Mozart, Beethoven, King George, Vikings. They was all black. We was kings and shit. Boy, you know that it is true. We was kings and shit. Nigga, what you gonna do? So what you saying is like, but what you all is talking about is, do you mean that we was like, what? Her sisters, blood run through us. The hooligan battle, oppressing all yours. Just remember this one little thing. We was kings and shit. Boy, you know that it is true. We was kings and shit. Nigga, what you gonna do? I don't even know what I'm saying no more, dude. Shit. Who made it into space? Nigga, that was the black race. You're welcome.
Oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura, somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica, Gambino mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes, si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes, si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Antes del nombre América, antes del hierro y la cruz, había pueblos que hablaban con la tierra y con la luz. No era un mundo vacío, era ciencia y corazón. La historia empezó aquí mismo, aunque el invasor no pida perdón. Sembramos tiempo en el cielo cuando el mundo no sabía contar. El cero nació en la selva, el maíz nos enseñó a pensar. Calendarios y medicina, ciudades frente al sol. No era mito ni leyenda, era pueblo, era voz. No fue descubrimiento, fue invasión. No fue silencio, fue opresión. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasados, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, seguimos aquí. Desde el barro del origen hasta el jaguar ancestral, desde la selva profunda hasta el águila solar, ciudades que eran mundos cuando Europa se partió, capitales que flotaban mientras el viejo mundo ardió. En la montaña aprendimos a vivir sin dominar, sin rueda y sin bestias, pero sabiendo gobernar. Caminos y comunidad, trabajo como misión. El poder no era conquista, era responsabilidad. No fue progreso, fue despojo. No fue fe, fue antojo. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasados, somos raíz, civilización a balazos y la fe pa'l control, pero la tierra recuerda, la raíz no se rinde, aunque cambien las banderas, la herida no se extingue. Norte a sur somos la misma raíz, la misma herida que se niega a morir. De norte a sur nadie sobra aquí, Latinoamérica sigue y no va a pedir permiso para existir.
Raíz ancestral. Oh, 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 oh. Desde el tiempo del fuego y la obsidiana, cuando el sol era Dios y la luna hermana, nació esta tierra de maíz y de palabra. México viejo, México que nunca se acaba. Somos hijos del agua y del cerro, del jaguar que camina en silencio, del copal subiendo al cielo abierto y del tambor marcando el tiempo. Aquí el abuelo habla con el viento, la abuela rezan en lengua antigua. No es pasado lo que llevamos dentro, es raíz viva, es sangre que camina. México no es frontera ni papel, es memoria escrita en la piel. Es un canto que no se cayó, es un pueblo que nunca se vendió. Con reggae lo digo sin temor, desde el alma y el corazón. México es tierra sagrada y su gente es la bendición. Desde el águila firme en el nopal hasta el colibrí que vuelve a volar. Vivimos entre dioses antiguos que aún nos cuidan al caminar. Huitzilopochtli en la lucha diaria, Quetzalcóatl en la palabra honesta, Tonantzin en manos solidarias. Cuando el pueblo se manifiesta, aquí la fiesta es resistencia, el ritual también es amor. Bailamos para espantar la pena y cantamos para sanar el dolor. México es pan compartido, es tortilla, es frijol y sal, es el pásele, no estás solo cuando todo parece mal. Es el abrazo sin pregunta, es la risa en la tempestad, es la gente cuidando gente. Eso no lo van a borrar, aunque la historia fue herida y la conquista dejó cicatrices. No pudieron matar el espíritu ni arrancar la raíz. Seguimos hablando con la tierra, sembrando sueños al andar, porque quien honra a sus ancestros sabe siempre a dónde va. Y me conoce, es solo pasado, es presente queriendo florecer. Es un pueblo que sigue cantando aunque le enseñaron a temer. Con reggae levanto la voz pa' que se escuche en el mar. México vive en su gente y su gente lo sabe amar. Que no te digan que está roto, que no te vendan desamor. México es fuerte porque el pueblo siempre camina en unión. Desde el sur hasta el desierto, desde el barrio hasta el altar. Somos muchos, somos uno cuando toca resistir y amar. México lindo, tierra madre, corazón de sol y sal. Yo te canto desde el respeto, desde el fuego ancestral. Raíz que no se doblega, voz que no se apagó. México vive en su gente y en el amor se salvó.
y Cal. Hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.